is on fire. There you go, Quack.
Quag, quag, quag.
Alright, how's everyone doing? Good to see all you. Hope you're having a wonderful day thus far. First off, Guava Chips, thank you so much for the 7 months. You were very early on that. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you so, so much. How you doing, everybody? Hey, Zach. Been a minute. Hope you're well. Hey, Kara, Rogue Cow, Mick, My Own Sling, Danny. Speaking of, My Own Sling, thank you so much for the 3 months in advance. I appreciate that.
She's just a girl.
Thank you everybody
and
for helping
she's
keep the
on
lights on.
fire. There you go, Quag.
The lights on. Do I need the other one on? Probably. Hang on. It's like I kind of like keeping it a little dark when it's warm, if that makes sense. It doesn't make much sense. My lights don't generate a lot of heat, but it's something I like to do anyway. Hey Jester, how are you? Alright, let's continue Bill. So, this run is just kind of, hey, what if big number personified? We go for one-shots on bosses whenever possible. Especially now in Act 3, we have all the tools to kind of effectively do that. So I was thinking about what we tackle first. Well, not first. We already dealt with Biconia. That was the first Act 3 boss we fought. That was largely set up. Because I wanted her robes. I'm thinking... we need to go get the Boots of Psionic Movement.
It will serve you well. I wish...
I have Boots of Persistence. I am already injured for horns. I kinda should probably get House of Hope access, though. Amulet of Greater Health just gives me a nice little buffer here. And I do still need to get the money to get my oath back so I can respec. There's actually a few different things I could be doing. Have you used Luck of the Far Realms yet today? No? Alright, let's go with getting Boots of Psionic Movement. I'll use Luck of the Far Realms there, because we'll still want to like go to the Coronation. I can do that while I'm Oath Broken, so that I don't incur another Oath Break. And then we'll fix the Oath and stuff after. Played VG games too late, had to speedrun work for a meeting this AM that got cancelled 15 minutes before. Ugh. Hey, actual Dave, thank you for the 9 months.
The cellars are just down the stairs. There.
I know I don't comment on it super often, but the subs really do help me out quite a lot. Thank you very much. How did I break my oath? How did I break my oath? What did I do? It was something that I was like, there's no way this breaks my oath. Unholy Assassin, thank you. Could not remember.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quag.
Pog Champ.
If I did something dumb. I like the idea of doing something dumb here. What type am I doing for this build? It doesn't really matter. I happen to be Vengeance, but like, it doesn't matter. Oh, just showcasing the Tavern Brawler thing.
Getting close. The wine cellar. There's a hidden door that leads further in. The mechanism to open it is somewhere among the wine racks.
Morning, Zen. How are you? Watched the VOD of One Shot of Merkle. Very nice. I'm happy with how that came out. Hope it was entertaining to everybody. Or water on a catch caused aggro.
On the other side, you'll find
Yeah.
a passage, known only to those invited to do business.
The Scion.
Guess I'll go in with crit immunity here. If I had my oath, I would do gloves of heroism stuff here, but I do not. I guess we go branches. Hey, Deli.
Get Yankee. Black has found us. Get rid of them, quickly.
Curious about that. It answers that question though. Fine. Eat. Not bad for non-crit. Yeah, I'll shield here.
For the Queen!
Why can't we have Oath of Conquest? It'd be so good. Full disclosure, I was hoping for the, the crit to just happen for free on the smite there. But oh well. I guess another thing you could do to do arsonist oil on creatures is get them with fire res elixirs and then overwrite those elixirs with other ones. It's not terribly difficult to pull off. Try here for funsies. Frightened. Actually doing some damage to me. I don't love it. You're gonna make me actually try here? Yeah, Aura of Conquest is so cool, by the way. Well, I was trying to set up arsonist oil stuff, but I forgot I have damage. I don't love that. Let's heal up a bit. Should be enough. I don't get to use purple DJ plate too often, so I'm having fun with the retaliation part. I don't think it's as good as Bone Spike Garb, but it is neat. I already have resistance from physical res. Giant's Rage doesn't do much for me. Crazy that that didn't kill you. Good for you. Magic Club going an improvised melee weapon is also very fun. failed. It's always a good thing to see. I do not respect Act 3 Get Yankee. I hope that's clear. Hey, you do run out of spawns. I forgot. Great. Great. Seeing a 35 damage magic club instance is just uncomfortable. One K kills. Yeah. Read that here. You're not supposed to die there. Cool heal. How many years would that be in federal prison? 0 if you have an R next to your name. Not a bad warm-up.
You handled it well. Let us hope she exhausts her forces soon.
Odd idea, change magic clubs into cyberpunk mantis blades. That would look
Now
sick.
search the room. There's a statue that conceals the way through. I'll reveal it to you.
So we picked up Boots of Psionic Movement here. Means we'll be spending a lot of time disguised. still gonna be having an identity crisis for the rest of the run. Something like that.
That's curious. Fake devil head. A replica devilish skull. Impressive, if a little out of place. That might be worth a look.
Failing all of the Arcana checks.
Imitation horns, but barely distinguishable from the real thing.
Failed all of them.
I welcome thee to the Devil's Fee, where every hellish curio's a rarity.
And then
So
barely
marry
cleared
thee-
that.
Well, well. It's been a while since I've had such discerning
Wow.
custom. Here, you may browse my
Halberd halberd's a really cool weapon.
selection.
Just having that +6 poison damage is cool. It can also poison things that fail a con save when you hit them. Just basic poison, but something. It's just I haven't had too much cause to use it. Jimmy's hell sickly. Yeah, I don't have money. What about the money? No, I don't have that. Hey, machine. How are you?
Come on, open up.
Top 3 in the game for bangable NPCs for me, not be taking questions. Top 3 is high praise, huh? What are the other two? Well, we know what number 1 is. I am curious who number 2 is. He's not an NPC? Oh, yeah, my mistake. What are the other 20?
Curio shop has authentic infernal opera.
You think Helsik would be rhyming even when she's talking dirty to you? Absolutely. Hope deserves a spot? I don't know. I don't... I mean, not that she's unattractive or anything. Obviously, you know, Larry cooked with dwarf women, and she's got green flag personality and all that. But, like, I don't really sexualize Hope, I guess. Not like a conscious decision, I just don't. Answer is in 4th place for me. I'll let you cook. For some people, you know, the voice and the whole dragon thing. For some people, that's enough.
There is nothing to by raiding the devil's home, and everything to be lost.
Over 6 feet.
I don't hear the Emperor.
Hope's in the same category as Minsk for me. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, Minsk is completely excluded here. Yeah.
To return. The figure.
I hear the jailer. Now whisper your questions, little wretch. But really quiet and very clever. Concentrate. Remember, quiet as a mouse. The hammer is the key. But I like you. Can you see if... Oh, but...
The rat.
Act 3 XP discussion has got me, or XP discussion as a whole, and then also being in Act 3 has got me thinking about, I want to redo the start in Act 3 run, maybe, at some point. Doing things like applying the polymorph optimizations that we've done for XP, but for Act 3 exploration spots. That'd be kind of neat. I give Hope a big hug and smooch at the most, because she deserves nothing but kindness. Yeah, I agree. I'd hear out an argument from Lind. I don't think I would. I don't think I would. I think we're being unserious at that point.
An infernal gem seething in its cage, protecting the secrets of its master.
At this point, I wouldn't be surprised if someone said wood referring to Yrgir's corpse chair. Ugh. I mean, I wouldn't either, but I would still be uncomfy. We are cooked, that's true.
Over here! You look positively Shh. Oh no. They hear me. Speak quickly, speak quickly. You know how
Hey,
this
Superman.
goes.
Hope.
Raphael knows everything you think. Most irregular. The schedule is all but clear, and yet you are here.
Kidding me, man? Getting clear at 10? Unbelievable.
No visitors expected.
Top 5
Other
bangable
than
NPCs, no
Gorilla
particular order.
Half-Flame
Halsek,
and
Megan,
Furious
Blazeelan,
Receptor,
Rugen,
Zariel's
Geraltus.
High Inquisitor.
Yeah, Megan is... I think Megan's the prettiest character in the game. Like, for sure, and it's not close. Blazeelan is Mizora, so, like, yeah, of course. We're there. Geraltus, I kind of get it. Rugen, I do not get it at all. Rugen's mostly the voice.
I would you do as always. The archive.
That makes a
is
little more
yours to
sense.
peruse. You'll find everything accounted for, and I can present.
I don't know, that,
documents of procurement if necessary.
That 2015 Pidgeotto man bun haircut is not doing anything for him to me.
As it the red.
That's curious.
show your invitation.
Sandra's like top 3 for me. Interesting.
I thought you'd got lost and died.
They cooked with the first Harper group, except for Kara. And Jonas. They cooked with half of the first Harper group. Because Jonas, no, what are you doing? And then Kara, no, what are you doing? Big heal.
That should work.
Do that. Yeah, this will be fun.
Better be cautious. All right. Time to skulk about.
A sleeper pick, Harper, Terradisia. I don't even remember what their face is.
Why are you here? You...
On my way.
Okay. I'm still concentrating somehow. Oh, there it goes. Took a second to realize. Myself off. Did you went to the wiki page to find ugly NPCs? That's dedication. I'm very proud of you. That damage? Yeah, I wasn't able to do all my setup there with the snipe. But, this build does have damage. I guess I should deal with Cazador. First, huh? That means no infusion if I'm doing sonic movement. Something like this. Do I start with Vigilance and then switch in? No, I actually don't care if he gets a first turn on me. Whatever.
Still breathing.
Despite everything.
To be nothing, to be gone for good.
Weapon sparkly right now. What do you mean? The lightning VFX? Break throat wave?
Ding, anything you want to say? Don't
Girl?
Transcript of the conversation with Archduke Gortash.
What's he got to say for himself?
Talk about the brilliant.
I left my terrors a one camp.
Ding, anything you want to say?
Sure.
Transcript of the conversation with
Not expecting the
It's like the
Shundi.
door to the ball, the ring.
Always gotta be ready for the Shundis.
Out of mind.
My father will come soon.
Best be on my way.
Don't have any universal res. Meh, that's fine. About an ice storm, right? I feel like I have this problem a lot. I don't have an ice storm.
Something's on my mind.
Just crit. Just crit. GG, thank you for the raid. Welcome in, everybody. How was your stream, GG? What'd you get up to? We just one-shot Cazador. That was funny. Bro got vaporized, yeah. He's okay, I think. Hey, good for him. He was resisting the bludgeoning damage. Hey, Irish, thank you for the 41 months. That's a big number.
She's on fire. There you go, Quag.
After 41 months, Quag found the crit.
It does exist. Bill Carlax, evil playthrough. Ooh. But the rewards, though. Okay, I succeeded a stealth check. We need the sunbeam anymore, do I? Honestly, rather they group up. Scrolls here. Good one, Gage. When are you gonna make a YouTube short about that build? trying to think of something funny to say, but I can't, so instead say no thanks. I'm just kind of clicking buttons. We already won, so. Critical miss. That part's important. Esther Risk Run, Everin Blade, Paladin, and all the Reddit memes. Oof. Just started Shard Origin Run. Can't decide I want to build her Shadow Monk or Eldritch Knight. All I know is I want to play a Shard Spear of Evening. Either could do that very well, Machine. There's no wrong answer there. Question if I may, what's good multiclass between Abjuration, Wizard, and Cleric? Is there a specific domain for Cleric to use? Any good? So, it depends on your goal, GG. Like, Abjuration, you get all of the, like, key features at level 2. So there's that. There's not really merit of going 10 levels of Cleric, is the issue there. So you may as well, at that point, do, like, a 9-3. That gets you your 2nd level Wizard spellcasting, which includes access to things like Shadow Blade. Things like Arcane Lock in your spell list, which can be both useful here. And you still get access to your 5th level Cleric spells. If you want heavy armor proficiency, then you'd be looking at going either War, Tempest, or War, Tempest, Life, or Nature domain. Out of those, Tempest would be my recommendation most of the time, because it has just really good features all around. How do people live with themselves after making a serious video endorsing Everburn Blade is a good weapon for a build? They don't read and they don't care about the content as long as it gets clicks. Hey, yeah, how you doing? I was hoping you were well. It had been a minute. Good to see you. Thank you for the 5 months.
On fire. There you go, Quag.
Big Bond.
Well, got back to Tetris and played BG3 in a minute. Ooh, Tetris. I'm not smart enough to be good at Tetris. Wish I could have the confidence to make such an ass out of myself openly and not care at all. It's often a green flag that you are not that. Let's put it that way. Like that whole YouTube Shorts ecosystem, either you have to not give a shit about the possibility of your time being wasted if the algorithm doesn't pick up something that you worked hard on, and put out high quality content that might not reach anyone. You have to either be prepared to do that, or you have to be prepared to blatantly talk out of your ass because you know that will maximize your chances of getting the clicks. Or you have to be stupid enough that this conversation would never occur to you. Those are your 3 avenues as a Shorts creator.
Breathe deep and move.
If you're asking, do you think a level 1 run, a paladin run is plausible? Yeah, absolutely. Paladin wouldn't even be one of the worst level 1 options because, you do have channel oath features. They're not good, but you have them. You have heavy armor proficiency, you have decent skill proficiencies. Your saving throw proficiencies are garbage, but you have decent skill proficiencies and good gear proficiencies. So you would have an easier run with a level 1 paladin than I think you would with... be easier than level 1 barbarian. Possibly easier than level 1 bard, depending on what part of the game you're looking at. Not true, there's a 4th option. No, guy just puts a video of him grinning smugly under some popular video. Ugh. Lot of ham, to be honest. Any physical damage reduction is nice. Wizards are squishy. That's the thing with Abjuration, though, GG. Abjuration is super duper tanky. But then also, wizards are not necessarily squishy unless you don't take steps, like you mentioned, like getting heavy armor proficiency and then heavy armor master. They're not squishy as long as you make sure they're not squishy. They have less HP than a lot of other classes, but that doesn't necessarily constitute a deal breaker. Like you said, ham is an option. I do recommend getting good armor proficiencies on all of your characters. But Abjuration is tanky enough that you could even bypass that and still be fine. Like, still just be taking every hit and be fine, if you wanted to. So you're kidding me? I've seen your BG3 gameplay. What do you mean not smart enough? Different kinds of smarts. Hey, Manfred. Secret is I make an ass out of myself and I do care. What was I doing? No.
Anything you want to say?
Earl. I don't feel like maintaining sonic movement gameplay right now, so I'm not going to. A little tedious, but when it's time for big damage, we do that. If Raphael were a real live devil in today's world, he'd be the biggest backer of everyone making shit shorts content, but of course he'd also be the one running and tuning the algorithms that benefit shit content. So you're saying Mr. Beast.
It's as subtle and elegant as every... Lead on. Keep a blade close.
The more I think about that, the more that's kind of spot on, huh, Sunrun?
I never knew any of this was here.
I hate it.
Subtle steps. Let's prowl. They won't see me coming.
What did Raphael do to be unjustly compared to Mr. Beast? You know, I maybe am being a little unfair to him. Sunrun just added to our IKEA lore. Yeah, the House of Hope segment of the game is just fighting Mr. Beast in an IKEA.
Can't slow down. Breathe quiet. Move with care.
I locked 100 souls in the House of Hope. Last one to survive gets 100,000 gold.
Get your hands off me, worm! I'm not the one in the dirt. One last thrust. And I'll be free of you.
Yeah, Raphael would definitely have a really big following amongst theater kids.
Again. And then, what will you be without me?
Like, every TikToker that makes their entire personality, like, Jenna Ortega fan cams, I feel like there would be significant overlap between that category and Raphael fans. Not an attack on that actress at all, but, like, you know, the Wednesday sphere of stuff.
You showed me how to really savor moments like this.
We ascending here freeing people. I'm allowing Astarion to do this entire segment. And this is proof that the Ascended Astarion fandom is just kind of wrong about the character. This is who he is. Do you think short slop creators are packed into Mr. Beast? Yeah, I think so. I'm a theater professional and look like Wednesday Addams and can confirm. There you go.
Is it over?
It's wild to me that anyone could ever think Ascended Starion's a good thing. Just wild. I mean, look at the state of the world, Jester. Is it surprising?
He's gone. What does that mean for us? It means you have a choice. You can hide here.
I have to say, I don't think I like the scene without the music. I'm not sure how I feel about that either. The music does add a lot.
He made us to be. You can choose differently, of course. But the consequences are on your head.
And what does it mean for them?
The poor wretches in the cells are innocent. They shouldn't have to suffer just because I lured them here.
Yeah, doing it this way, the lighting doesn't quite work, and then also, there's no music.
They'll need someone to lead them. Take the tunnels into the Underdark. Find somewhere, well, not safe, but less perilous. What? No, we can't.
I don't just have music volume off. Nope. Okay, about 100. Why didn't the music play? Just when you do this version of events, it doesn't. I don't know why. It just doesn't.
Let's go.
A cheerful let's go. Great. What do you mean by doing this way? Bring Astarion after the fight? I mean, sending Astarion in without you.
You're the Gertrude.
I didn't make a single decision in this segment.
I thought I was done with you people.
We're
Been entirely hands-off.
done. Not even close.
For this combo, too.
My name's Alma. My people are monster hunters. Those of us that remain, that is. Your companion attacked us in the night and stole our children. Then his master decimated what was left of the tribe.
He said, love to see a spin-off game with starring after its ending. It's tried to take over Baldur's Gate. Be interesting to see this first play out. I disagree. Nothing about that would be interesting.
So imagine my surprise when
One, you'd have to deal with the whole issue of, okay, you canonized an ending for a multiple choice character, and we already saw backlash for that in BG3. Two, it's not narratively interesting because the entire arc of him being ascended to Starion is him just being another Cazador. It's like, oh, we have Cazador again. There's nothing interesting there.
They were innocents. To kill them would have been an even greater crime.
And our children, what of their fate?
This hypothesis, Starion's a bad guy, theoretically, game could be actual redemption arc, deciding he messed up. I do not have the words to describe how little I believe in the idea of a redemption arc from someone who started out an evil guy capable of doing better, decided to slam that door in his own face by sacrificing 7,000 people that he personally screwed over in order to empower himself, knowing full well that it's wrong. No redemption arc after that. Throw the whole person away. Not interested.
I have something to ask.
Well, hello. What can I do for you? It's...
Should mind my step.
And, like, on an in-universe note, those 7,000 people aren't just dead. That it's worse than dead. Like, nope. Unrelated, I think it's funny the Tsar family is named after bugs. Are the other ones named after bugs, not just Cazador? I never thought about that. To have some inciting incident happen that would cause him to change. I don't think it would work as a storytelling device. It would be like having a spin-off game where we follow Sarevok picking up crocheting. It's like, what cognitive dissonance do you have to subscribe to make that a thing that you want or would care about or that could work as a story? It's like, it's incompatible. It doesn't work. On that, you can have Sarevok essentially be not as evil in one of the older games, can't you? In the DLC for Baldur's Gate 2, it wasn't DLC at the time, but in the expansion for Baldur's Gate 2, he is a companion, and you can choose to do a sort of rehabilitation arc, where you can even get his alignment to change. And he's not evil anymore. But BG3 makes it canon that if that happened, it didn't stick.
More unmarked. You could at least. Welcome to the count.
A relaxed
Somehow
tone
a
and
star in
easy
return.
Smile, but the halfling's shifting gaze gives it away. Something has him rattled.
That's the trouble with sequels in general. They make certain earlier choices not choices. Yeah, if your game is anything other than linear, you are going to have to cut off the branches, and somebody's going to hate that. No matter which choice you make.
No need. Just balance the book and...
Account holders only from it, which is to say... Thank you, Joel, for asking. I don't
The other big example of that is Viconia, who, you know, it also didn't stick there if she did have her alignment change. Do you need to play BG1 to understand BG2? BG2 is a direct sequel to BG1, Tamir. Like, you play as the same player character, and the events of BG2 start, like... There's, like, a little bit of off-screen stuff, but it is a direct sequel in terms of, like, timeline and time frame. They did have to, continuing to talk about canonizing stuff to make storytelling work, they did have to do the same thing going from BG1 to 2, where they canonized who was in your party at the end of BG1. No matter what kind of run you did, who you had, for BG2's story to happen the way they wanted it to, they decided that your BG1 party was a very specific group of people. Jaheira and Minsk included in that party. Even if you straight up killed those characters in BG1 and did an evil run, doesn't matter. These are the people that you have at the start of BG2. Sounds from your description like that ending for Saravok in PG2, especially was far from the most likely and most popular one, so I can definitely understand Larry and Wizards of the Coast cutting it off. It's something that you actively had to do. Same with Viconia. You had to actively intervene to cause that change. I am kind of leaning towards my default view of companions being what happens if you don't do anything. Also just sort of change character composition stuff too, because the characters came over BG3 aren't exactly the same as they were either. I mean, yeah, but rule set changes and such, yeah. Like, Jaheira used to be a fighter druid multi-class. Minsk has always been a ranger, but that's because Minsk was created before Barbarian existed as a class. Iconia has Warlock features on top of her Cleric features in this game. She was never a Warlock before, but again, that class didn't exist yet, so...
Wonder what's past this.
That note, love Minsk. It's a great character. Long-time fan favorite of the OG games. Cool to have him in this one, even though it's like it's blatant fan service. It's not really justifiable in terms of how much of the game he's in, but like people like the guy, so. Wasn't Minsk originally the Warden kit for Ranger? That I don't know. Minsk in this game is the biggest nod of all the previous games for fans of those games. I mean, I don't know if I necessarily agree with that, because, like, the Dark Urge. But he's certainly a nod.
Be cautious.
I'm missing context for this conversation. Is that like a book or something? A book of hungers or whatever? they really want to do a nod to the older games, there'd be way more traps that just end your game. You're not wrong. The traps are pretty tame here. There's a couple of chain lightning traps, there's a couple of knock you into chasm situations. But, like, you would expect more cloud kill traps and things like that. New upcoming Forgotten Realms expansion thing. Ah, I see. Am I at 10k gold yet? Not even close. Alright, what if after I get the 10k gold, I set up a wild magic sorcerer hireling to steal the 10k back? Or I guess it'd be... actually be 13k that the Oathbreaker Knight has in his inventory? What if I did that? We don't bother with that one. Watsy's gonna milk this game for D&D content, sounds about right. So, like, not to be a Watsy defender, because that's absolutely not what that is, but, like, we can be intelligent in our criticism of companies with bad business practices. I personally don't think that continuing to use the Baldur's Gate IP, which has been a very popular one for 3 decades, I don't think continuing to use that, especially in the wake of Baldur's Gate 3 being one of the most successful games ever released, I don't think that's milking it. I think that's just smart. Obviously judge the content on merit and Watsy, but, like, we can hate thoughtfully instead of the knee-jerk. Can you trade with the Oathbreaker Knight? I don't think so. Am I gonna choose to have Wild Magic Sorcerer around? Oh, you must have missed the Wild Magic run.
What's it now?
Missed that. When was this?
Take your pick.
I don't know, like 3 months ago? 2 months? 3 months? Something like that. Derek doesn't have money.
Seems like a good moment to talk.
You! What? Nothing. But never mind that. What can I do for you?
You have Ice Storm rolling? I need to stop having these moments where I'm like, oh, I wish I had Ice Storm. Use Blight too, actually. Alright, walked out of this with the same amount of money I walked in with. I'm bad at economy. Surely you mean the fighter. Oh yeah, Baldur's Plate. Yeah, that run was a fighter. You're right. I get confused sometimes.
You seen any gazetteers around?
Like the vibes, and sometimes you just want the whole team to turn to dogs. No, you do not want that.
In it. Don't want to draw any attention. Interesting selection. I can take what I please.
I didn't expect to get those.
Little bit of this, little bit of that.
10k ding, yeah. Just gotta find someone to sell to.
I'll be fine.
This stuff.
Not up for trading today, I'm afraid. Surely no one will notice. Well, that's interesting. Using a 5-finger discount.
Feel what exactly?
The Gazette reckons Lord Gortash is the second coming of Balderant.
Else would I have learned that lightning charges carry over to polymorph sheep shape? I mean, by knowing that lightning charges apply to all damage, so it doesn't matter what shape you're in. Else would I headbutted Ethel with lightning? Dolly thrice, or the polymorph spell, or wild shaping.
Your case has settled
And
naturally.
me playing Wild Magic Sorcerer was not to use the Wild Magic Surges. In fact, I got maybe 5 Surges the entire run. It was probably more than that, but I think it was less than 10. I didn't cast spells. Not leveled ones, anyway. Still actively bad to do that. Bent luck. That was the run. I'll show off the Wild Magic Sorcerer pickpocketing setup. Blair can't afford shit. Wiped out his money too. Does Figaro have money? Maybe Figaro has money. Not wrong in thinking bad luck's actually good. No. Bad luck is... like, let's put it this way. I succeeded the DC 99 check. I did not roll a 20. Figaro, where the fuck are you? Oh, there he is.
What's up for discussion?
Been playing this game for a long time now, not quite 2 years. Just found Night of Fleet Fingers and Goblin Cache outside Blighted Village. I talk about Fleet Fingers all the time. Fleet Fingers are a very popular item here in the challenge running sphere. Something you do have to just kind of go out of way to get, so makes sense why players might not know about them. Okay. Rolled a negative 17 that one. Yeah, the game doesn't know how to process numbers over 2 digits. So it did display in the negatives. Fingers hitting enter too soon. Okay. Been there. I don't want to get... Oh, I did that with Smuggler's Ring on. I need to stop doing that. Didn't actually matter because I'm on odd number charisma, but... Classic. Before I get my oath back, I do need to go talk to Gord.
Men, who would take in these souls, if not... Gord, to make this city a safe haven, we'll need to bathe Gortash and his allies in their own blood.
Hell yeah, brother. Just 2 days ago, found the family ring in Act 2, because previously always failed the initial perception check to animal tracks. Yeah, it's one of those things, like, there's no reason to get it, but it's there. It's a weirdly specific to acquire thing. But yeah, I don't think I've actually gotten it in a live run, Sunra. Because I've never bothered. Hey Mark, are you ready to reclaim your oath? Convinced to get the Yankee and the Crusher coded have ridiculously high rolls, fighting Theras in my 27 AC, 5 mobs in here rolled above 18 in the dice, 8 rolls in a row. Well, I think that is a problem with how you are viewing those numbers, Tweedledope. Not quite confirmation bias, but... let's go through it. 27 AC is not good. Just gotta put that one out there. It is not, because Githyanki, let's take any Githyanki archer. Let's take a Githyanki archer in Act 1, for example. If you have 32, you have enough. If you have 31, you do not have enough. They can hit you. And when there's multiple attacking you, and they have 4 to 5 different numbers on the die that can hit you, you are going to be hit, especially because they also have extra attack. So you are going to take hits, and those hits are likely going to be impactful enough for you to notice. So it's going to feel like, man, they hit me again? Yeah, of course they did. I think their dice rolls are nuts. Not particularly. It's statistically pretty likely for that to happen. That's the thing. Like, the chances are not low of that happening, especially over a bunch of attacks. Being in that headspace is why I often abbreviate discussions of defensive features to AC is a bad stat. Because there's far more impactful practices to employ, and then also far more impactful defensive stats. Because they work for you in situations like the one you're describing, where, okay, you don't care if they are rolling adequately, or even within the upper range of what they can roll, if you're mitigating it. But I also note that Githyanki archers are pretty much the same across the entire game. They just do the same things, whether it's in Act 1, whether it's in the Crush, whether it's in Act 2, whether it's in Act 3. They just do the same things. So, that patrol in the wilderness map serves as a wake-up call of things to remain aware of. If Archer can't shoot me if he doesn't have a crossbow, that's a pretty good counter. In all honesty, that's one I should use more often. There are more ways to disarm. If you have Trident proficiency, you can do it. On any class, provided you have that proficiency. Fierce rolls, anyone can use.
That's a friendly-looking shadow.
And then you do have the more class-specific ways of the command spell, the heat metal spell, battle master stuff. I miss Rat Bat.
Good idea, I think.
You should call her.
I almost believed you this time.
At the ready. Calm down, dear. It won't happen. Is expecting you. Please make your way to the audience chamber.
Beating up a chest just to open it. Yeah, I didn't feel like lockpicking.
Make your way to the audience chamber.
Stand down, villain. In the name of the Steel Watch, aggressive action will not be tolerated in the presence of the patriarchs of this proud city. The Steel Watch.
Dearest, look, I understand.
Tyrant of Flavor Town.
Next,
of course. Gortash always did.
There's a lot with. She only cares for blood. If I can't let that happen. What do you...
I can detect no deceit. This alliance could serve.
Who? The faceless in your camp is like... Before you do, come and witness.
Enver.
I
swear. Gathered guests. And...
And you...
What it says, we could just punch this robot.
True.
There is
Have you come to behold the new dawn? Fate, but Gorta. Be in awe, true.
For the prism. Your tadpoles.
As I said, Baldur's Gate will ascend to Rill's first and only grand city.
Fair, but beyond the truth.
Have we finished then?
Hate seeing Court in that uniform. Guy Fieri seems like such a kind person. I mean, hangs out with fascists, so can't be that kind. And people who work in entertainment, their job is to seem likable. You don't know them that.
You see, Gortash, or if the
I always showed up after the wildfires in Cali to donate and help. And yeah, that's a very good thing. But a lot of people in positions to help chose not to. So credit where credit's due and all that. Don't you technically work in entertainment, Quag? Yes, I do. Yes, I do. So that does mean, yeah, it's part of my job to get people to like me. It's the part that I don't go out of my way to do particularly well because as an individual, you know, I don't like the pretending or politicking side of content creation, streaming, whatever you want to call it. I think it sucks, so I don't do it.
I has lots of
That does make me come across a certain way to some people, but welcome.
I only takes junks from dead people. I is nice.
Talk about the parasocial thing. No, I don't know. No. Anyone come recently and called me elitist? Not in stream. Not recently, no. But the elitism accusations are always funny, because, like, it's a huge cornerstone of, like, my brand that... Hey, come do this cool shit with us. Be nerd with us, together. Gates wide open.
Is someone excited? Born? Darling, brows are bespoke, stony and
What does elitist mean? Elitism is, presenting yourself as better than another category of people to make yourself look good or to get the gratification from shitting downwards at them. Gatekeeping is a huge part of that, so, like, calling yourself, like, the true fans or whatever, what have you. Just the I'm better than you attitude.
My wife shall be delighted. Customs are her pet. I'll have...
Oh, you like My Chemical Romance? Name 57 songs they wrote. True Scotsman fallacy. Sharp, what are you doing?
Oh, you shall be thrilled and delighted. I know it. Nothing.
Watch another stream where a party's always naked for some reason, tries to give them clothes, cover them up, they somehow end up naked, except under camp's a nudist camp. So the reason is here in Act 3, the camp is, this can happen before Act 3 too. In any of the bigger camps, if you open up that menu to show the companions, they have a greater render distance than their clothing does. See? Here, our underwear can't load in. Here, it can't load in. Here, it can't load in. Here it can. I don't know why, but that's how it works. Presenting oneself or one's ideals as being superior, especially that others should aspire to be inferior if they don't believe so. Yeah. And there is this notion that I really try to squash, and I've been consistent about this my entire time on the platform. There's this notion that people who really get into build crafting and high-level optimization in games, that crowd is always fundamentally like that. And I have always hated that idea, because nothing could be further from the truth. Trying to figure out what I'm comfortable selling. It's probably not for now. And when I tell people my underwear didn't load, they call the police. You just gotta get a wider a shape squeezer, Mark. Sure, it's got that wide one, so like people can't quite tell what it is at first, so they don't get alarmed. About 2,000 gold more. Yeah, when I ran this by the cops outside the Home Depot, I was trespassing and it was indecent. I was like, bro, you just saw me from too far away.
It's been an age since you... Ah, the adventurer returns. Care to purchase a bespoke, stony and bony creation?
Sorry to unload it at any parts. He will be when you're done with them, etc., etc.
So don't make trouble.
Back again? It is nice to converse with someone who isn't circling the drain like this lot. Looking on their maudlin faces does sap my spirits.
File a report. And I'm sure the Manic will deal with it.
You're coddling these vagabonds and don't give a rat's ass about honest citizens. Refugees can't stay here in Rivington. They're a danger to all of us.
We've got diseases, and any one of them could be a spy for the Absolute.
Back off and return to your homes. That's an order.
Why don't you protect us instead of these scruffy outlanders?
Anything out here? Kevin's staring in the background. He is.
I'm not paid to debate with civilians.
He heard me say cat, so he looked over.
Taxes for you to protect us, not these intruders.
I'm paid to take down troublemakers. So don't make trouble.
What else do I want to do before a long rest? I guess I want to go to the guild. So, Quag, what's the difference between a person calling some things best, some things bad? For example, you say AC is a bad stat, understand the opportunity cost for everything. Wouldn't that imply some things are just better than others? If something's good in a lot of situations, and then objectively or generally make it good. Sure, there's always exceptions, and context matters. That's why we generalize say something's good due to multi-domain value. So, that's a great question. And I tried to, whenever I bring up the AC is bad thing, I try to explain what that is shorthand for. And when I say AC is a bad stat, what I'm usually referring to is as far as defensive stats, you can focus on other ones that have better consistency, better level of impact, fewer slots are required to get up to the point where it actually does its job. I'm usually talking about things like that for armor class. But as you said, context is key there, and there will never be a best, and there rarely is a better than without context. The exceptions to that are when things are like similar in functionality to the point where you can consider one thing a replacement for another. Like, the Reviving Hands are just an upgrade from Hellrider's Pride, the Act 1 gloves that give a creature Blade Ward when you heal them. Hellrider's Pride excludes yourself, and then it also doesn't give you this use of Revivify or the free Death Ward when you Revivify someone. Doesn't have any of those. So, Reviving Hands are better than Hellrider's Pride because they do everything that does, plus other stuff. Do I even have Hellrider's Pride still? Maybe Shadowheart does. Well, let's see if I can poke a hole in my own example here, because that's a fun thought exercise. Okay, Hellrider's Pride doesn't require armor proficiencies. So if for some reason you didn't have medium armor proficiency, this is better. So even something like that, where you could consider an item a strict upgrade in most circumstances, I was still able to immediately identify a case where the worse item could be better. Higher degree of consistency versus better degree of consistency. Switching word choice might help disambiguate the discussion, just as an observation. Yeah, that's a good observation, Sunra. Because, like, a big thing with using words like best, better, stronger, people tend to have subtly different definitions for all those things. Like, for some people, the definition of stronger might just be, can this do bigger number? With no other context required. But for others, it might be, okay, but how usable is this thing? How much of the game do I have this thing? How does it interact with other stuff? You also get one item almost immediately, the other almost at the end of the game. That's true. So usually, if I'm calling something bad or good, always feel free to ask why. I do encourage that. Or ask what I mean by, hey, you said this thing is better than this thing, or etc., etc. Feel free to ask why, and I will always explain it. But usually what I mean is a mix of practicality, power, availability. You're good, and I'll not qualify that. Oh. Got him? And I like how some people think the best things in the game rely on reloading a save over and over again until you hit a crit. Other people wouldn't feel that way. Right. Like that, this 4th level smite that I have 1 spell slot for. If I'm able to pull this off, and it's against a fiend or undead, and I crit, it's crazy damage. But that doesn't mean that Divine Smite is something that I would consider good, because I had to take 2 levels in the least desirable class in the game, and my elixir choice is extremely limited, and even when I am giving up my elixir slot to have this ability, without exploits I get one use of it. And then all of that is to be able to set up the situation where, okay, now I have to crit. But then there's also, okay, if the target is a fiend or undead, I could set up more damage. There's not that many of those throughout the game. But then also, I have to make sure that fiend or undead doesn't have something that ruins my day if I hit them. And especially if I hit them with radiant damage. Like with Raphael. If I do that Divine Smite to him and he lives, and I don't have stun immunity, I'm probably dead. If I do that to anything else in the House of Hope, I'm probably dead just because my radiant damage will hit me so hard that I don't live. It'll get returned to me as fire damage. It needs water. I'll be right back. I've been filling their water bowls a little bit less so that they knock less of the water. I shouldn't blame both of them for this, so that Kevin knocks less of the water everywhere. But this does mean that Jake demands but yeah, back to Divine Smite conversation. That was all about 4th level Smite. Non-4th level Smite, shit's terrible. I only have 3 uses max, and that's at the expense of slots I could be using for things that do more for my damage. Things such as Hex, things such as Hellish Rebuke, things such as Thunderous Smite, which are just straight up better. Meh. I think you should walk around when ranting or having long discussions more often because it's funny. I think so too. Alright, what was I doing? Calliope Billingsdorf. Act 3 names strike again.
Welcome. You have come far, I perceive. How may I serve you this day?
Show you how far I can come. Don't stare at me. Stare at him. He's the one talking about how whatever adjective his toes are. And I'm the bad guy?
Let's see what this does.
Duh. Many cold toes because of poor circulation. Relatable. In the colder months, I usually have at least one finger or toe that isn't quite right because of circulation. Yeah, I lost Field of Faith because I reached and traveled. No need to go for these ballists right now, even though I want to. It's not urgent. Scared me for a second there when you said I have at least one finger. Wasn't sure where that finger was going. Well, 9 fingers, you know, she's missing one, so I need to give her 3. Because I'm a helpful guy, you know.
Before you ask, I ain't got none of that plum prosecco.
Chihiro would like a word. Would she also like a finger? Being neighborly? Exactly.
I want to have a word.
Fetcher isn't himself, so I'm running the shop. You buying or selling?
Packing up the dice because we're gonna have some fashion at some point.
We're all on the same side.
Wow! Ready to do some business?
The Guildmaster hired, yes. But I think it's best if your Zentrim keep to themselves. There's not a lot of trust in the Guildhall.
It's a big... As for what that is, wow, I knew you'd understand.
Which is exactly why your boss hired us.
Fetcher DLC when he's finally himself when Karlak has a finger for you. Hell yeah, she does. This is the one that spams Bardic Inspiration, right? Is this one? Ate food, so I'm chilling. Ooh, what you have, Sora? Or is it you? No, it's not you. It's you.
A charm, of course. And then you'll do it yourself.
What did you mean by that?
A charm, of course. And then you'll do it yourself.
So I'm not gonna try it now, but I wanna try lowering her attitude enough to where I get this individual thing, and then make her an ally, and then I have her Bardic inspire me before I do skill checks. That's on my to science list. That could be useful for, like, Mirror of Loss. Getting pegged by Karlak is actually very important to the story. It's true, it's true. See, a big part of her character is she wants agency and like freedom, and she just wants to be able to live her life, you know, determine her own fate. And that fits well into my story because I want her to use me like a hand puppet. I want her to get in so deep she finds the controls and can pilot me like I'm a fucking Gundam. So, good storytelling. What was I doing?
State your purpose, Oathbreaker. You're
10,000 gold.
You swear to deliver righteous retribution, vanquishing your enemies, and aiding those who suffer at their hands.
Is this voice actor on Cameo? Because I want him to do Washing My Pits, but in the Oathbreaker Knight voice.
Once more yours to fulfill.
Add the keys. Let's go, Andy. Minus 10k, minus 10k. First Oathbreak is 1,000, second is 2,000. All after that are 10,000.
Well, hello. What can I do for you?
Brutal inflation, yeah. Yeah. Meh. I should have him in like a proper spec for this, but I'm phoning this in. He's in on Cameo, has a page on his management site. Could be a high effort shitpost, but I'm just thinking about it. I'm not gonna do it. I'm just thinking about it. Sugar daddies exist. Do sugar lands exist? Yes. Yeah. Actually, what level is he?
What now?
Hold on. Okay.
Go.
Which you prefer though? Washing My Pit song in Oathbreaker's voice, the regained oath speech and gnome voice? Definitely Washing My Pit. Still want to get a Neo cameo reading dialogue with brain rot. Alright, so I was talking about Wild Magic Sorcerer as a skill check thing. And I figure I would play that out. I should definitely be doing this in a different camp. But for those who don't know, sleight of hand skill checks cap out at DC 30 in this game. They do not go higher. So someone could have 3,000 gold or 300,000 gold. It caps out at 30. So we're gonna abuse that. Gale of Mpreg Deep. Hell yeah. Failed a wild magic check. Alright, so for every 2 sorcery points, I can give a 1d4 bonus. What is the star in sleight of hand bonus currently? Plus 16. Wiki says goes up to 33, but with an asterisk, the DC of pickpocketing an NPC is affected by an NPC's wisdom. That's new information to me. I have no idea what it means by that. I'm interested. I don't think I've ever seen a DC 33, but the way DC displays, it fails to account for variable bonuses. So you won't get a proper read when you have anything that isn't a static bonus. And we're doing, what, 7 times? I don't know, can't math. Technically, hovering for super low roll makes sense. What are we doing right now? Bend in luck. How glowy Astarion is. He's sparkling like a real vampire. What does Bend luck do? For every one of these stacks, a plus 1d4 to ability checks. So this was 30. We rolled a total of 81. So we just barely made it. So a low roll. did you get... He teleported? How did you do that, Astarion? Okay. Impressive. So this is how you surpass the 99 check of the Netherbrain? Mm-hmm. What happened? Anything? Still as if a 20 was rolled? It worked. It's a DC 99. It's not a you can only pass of 20. It's 99. So, if you use other ways, you know, less legitimate ways, things like mods to boost your rolls to roll a 99, it works. Just go, I'm done.
Let's just go. I'm done.
Oh, okay. I guess that's the dialogue for being there.
Need something?
Okay, so I got my money back.
I should speak up. What's it now? Take your pick.
Pretty good on invis pots now. Out shopping. From a lore perspective, do we keep all the gears in our inventory in camp, or it's just gone? I mean, I don't... Lore-wise, I don't know. I imagine you keep some favorites. Game mechanic-wise, if you didn't have it equipped, or in a hireling's inventory, you don't have it at the end of the game. Yeah, I've never seen a DC over 30, even while stealing literally tons of goods inside a single bag. Yeah, I don't know about that DC 33 thing. I'm not saying that it's wrong necessarily, but that doesn't match what I currently know. So I do it with Volo too. Nice. Yeah, I've done it with hirelings. Reminds me a bit from the OG Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, describing how the economics of managing a hyper rock band aren't merely skewed towards the manager's pocket, but in fact totally bent.
The doll keeps teleporting. We need to find a way to stop it. Any ideas?
Sorry. You just walk away like nothing happened. Can someone clip that? That's new to me.
I'm an imbecile. A way to burn their bones to ash. There's a...
Sure. A little too much sauce? No such thing, machine. Bring the heat. supposed to be a nice snack, now I'm fighting for my life. A little bit of heat as a treat. Double Spice one though. I'm proud of you. Well done. Um, trying to think what other stuff I want to do before taking the first long rest. Yep. Thank you, Sunrun. I appreciate that. Dangerous fighting Saravok. Depends on how prepared you are. He can do a lot of damage, and the rest of the Tribunal is capable of a lot of different things. So it really does depend on your level of prep.
What's on your mind? Salutations.
Let's get going.
Go ahead. I'll be.
Shirts outfit. Yeah. Looks comfy. I don't want more universal res. Let's make sure to grab from Humble Toes and from Skittle.
Well, you have come far, I perceive. How may I serve you this day?
And we'll also get Terrazul from Sever. Hey, Alpine Lily. How are you? No idea how high I can fly or how far I can go. Almost sounds like a pop song lyric. Which artist wrote that song?
Very well.
Step up and let Skittle sort you out.
Alright, now I think we do that respec. So I could go down to 20 strength by starting at 16. could start at 15 and still boost by 1 with a feat. Question is, how much charisma do I want? It affects Inquisitor's might damage. I don't think I'm going to, ever pact on my weapon, really. The scaling off strength is just more damage. Maybe I stay at 22 strength. Yeah, I'm getting 1 from Tavern Brawler, 2 from character creation. 15 charisma currently. Base of 13. So if I move Con into charisma, I could have 16. I think that's the change we make. I took Tavern Brawler to help my kick, but I could swap that out. Resilient Strength wouldn't be the worst idea, it's just there's not too many strength saves at this point. Resilient Dex would be better, but doesn't really help me get anywhere. Maybe I do accept being only 20 strength and take Alert. That'll make my life a lot easier. Means I could start with 16. We could have a lot of Riz. Let's figure this out. Pretty good, just hit level 6 in my run. Now I'm dreading heading into Act 2, been putting it off by trying to figure out a way of multi-class helping in any major way. Gotta do a bit of experimenting. Yeah, I love getting in the lab and sitting in the respec screen for a bit. I do a lot of that. Can't relate, I'm on antidepressants. Oh, I've been there on that one. Been there. As a woman in STEM. Hope it's a PG-3 respec screen. You know, I'm pinning that.
Fate, dost thou require a new ally? Or as thou...
You won't go because you can't. Pretty straightforward, we just do this. I could still have some constitution if I accept just having 20 strength instead of 22. Which I think I'm okay with. I could get real crazy though. $18 Riz. Doesn't really do anything for me though. That's not really ever worth. So yeah, I think we do this. This will be 21 strength, 16 dexterity, 10 constitution, 16 charisma. Take athletics still. Guess I don't need to take persuasion because the lithid shit got me covered. Insight, I guess. 21 strength's awkward. If I want to get to 22, just use a feat for that. This is Hag Hair, or no, this is not Hag Hair. This is General's Memory and Everlasting Vigor, so that would be 20. Still have 12 con. Yeah, so effectively I'm giving up 2 strength to pick up alert and 2 more riz. That's a good trade. Carry weight situation will be slightly worse, but I'm okay with this. Hit rate with magic clubs will be a little dog water, but I'll make it work. General memory. Con, who needs that? Yeah, we do also have greater health. Make sure the stats are correct. 20, 16, 12, 8, 8, 16. I hate paladin saving throw proficiencies. Like, I don't necessarily need to do the classes in this order anymore because Helm of Baldurin covers crit immunity. So I don't need to have that heavy armor proficiency for Grimskull Helm, but having the ability to use armor persistence could end up being, like, okay. Hey, last check, sure, man. How are you? Defense, if I was going Helldusk mode, would be quite good, but I'm not. Dueling is great, I'm just not doing it. This one sucks. For fighting. Consistency. That's for Rat Bat. Alright, we take 2 Paladin. We take Barbarian. Giant. So my feats before were Tavern Brawler and Savage Attacker. I'm swapping out Tavern Brawler for Alert here. And I'll think on what my second feat is going to be, because I'm actually not sure. Savage Attacker is definitely good, but I'm unsure if it's optimal from the damage perspective, in terms of what I will get, but there's other things that would increase what I can get. And also there's quality of life to consider. I don't really need Minor Illusion anymore, but I'm not going to use Eldritch Blast. And I have other ways of getting physical res, so Blade Ward isn't necessary at this point. Mage Hand would probably be the correct play. I'm just not going to do it. Still Hex and Hellish Rebuke. Alright, now second feat. Dual Wielder would allow me to do Marco Heschker plus Magic Club. Marco Heschker, attuned to Thunder, does work on Thunderous Smite. So that would be a way of doing more than Booming Blade would in that scenario, but like double Magic Club lol. Tough. Always feels good. Mobile always feels good. I could take either a Charisma ASI for more Inquisitor's Might damage and a little more spell save DC. I could take a Strength ASI for a little more accuracy, a little more damage, get back up to that 22 Strength mark. Savage Attacker is the damage consistency option. So I'm really between Savage Attacker and Tough. Cat ASI incoming. I do take it sometimes, it's just very rare. In testing, this spec did have an ASI for the 1k hit on Raphael. But that was with me save scumming to do the setup perfectly. I didn't save scum the damage. That was actually the first result of me landing the hit with everything applied that I wanted. And the result was 1018. Crossbow Expert could be okay if I want to introduce Gaping Wounds in certain scenarios, but I don't think I will. An idea would it be club incompatible? I'm listening. Actor. I already have Thaumaturgy for advantage, and I can Human Versatility for proficiency. I have 16 Riz, so that's what, plus 7 an advantage? Raptured, on top of that too. Like, I feel like my Harmonic Dueler chances are already good if I want to do that. But Actor is a good shout. I think we still go with Savage Attacker here. When in doubt, go for consistency. Okay, I am encumbered. I did lose a little bit of carry weight. Did that respec with Rabat equipped, so it lost elemental weapon. But I'm gonna long rest shortly anyway. Gold on me. Star and hold that much. Background Iena event. Plus 11 initiative now. That feels pretty good. That means I can... For Gortash, I can start with Vigilance on if I really want to ensure that I win. Or start with Hellrider Longbow. And there's even a world where I start with Sentinel Shield. But I'm a ways off having to worry about that. Figure out this carry weight situation first. I don't need those. Corrosive Flail is awesome. And I'm keeping it because I'm stubborn. I don't think I need Hunting Shortbow anymore either. shouldn't need Blood of Lathander either. Need to spend any special arrows. We can send some to Will. There we go. I should take the time to get more universal res. I only have 3. We'll do that. With Hexblade, increasing my charisma is the only way to improve my accuracy? No. What do you usually do to increase accuracy? The Bless spell. Oil of Accuracy, if you're using weapons, like Xananex said. You have gear that does it. Mask of Soul Perception in the helmet slot here is +2 to attack rolls and +2 initiative. Really good hat. Really, really good. Horns of the Berserker here is +2 to attack rolls against creatures that have already taken damage. That's also in your helmet slot. Making sure to attack with advantage is functionally accuracy. Getting crit reduction is functionally accuracy as well. Arcane Acuity is spell save DC and accuracy on spell attack rolls if you're doing that. Having better quality weapons, so see Shara Spear of Evening here is +3. So that counts for the accuracy too. But also using weapons that themselves have accuracy bonuses, like Svartalbe's Woundseeker is a good example.
You have come far, I perceive.
Be Astarian. And you could have the Happy buff increasing your accuracy. Alternatively, Romance Ascended Astarian, and you can become a vampire yourself in Act 3 and get the Happy buff. Whispering Promise stack with Mistra's Blessing if you carry the staff too. No. Mistra's Blessing specifically wants a hard cast of Bless from either the staff itself or a spell slot. That's my understanding of that ability. It does not work with Sweetstone features or Whispering Promise.
What's it now?
I don't think I need more noble stock. I think I'm actually good on that. I haven't been to the vaults yet either. Alright. You know, let me actually just buy Birthright. The mushroom?
How can I help you? Huh. I suppose that at least I can help with.
Or Ice Storm. Got Dominate Person rolling? No? That's okay.
Hope you found.
Alright. First long rest of the act. For full parties, is it worth having 6th level Paladin? I'm gonna start by saying no, but I'll continue reading the message. Dual wield, Valor, Loop, Staff, Arcane Blessing, Staff, all the bonuses for Protection, Mistress Blessing, Boss from Valor, Loop. Nope.
Pace, testis esto pacti me. Come, sisters, be my testament.
It's the Cum Sisters.
In Beator.
Notum sit in Beator.
But here's the thing about saving throws. For the same reason wisdom is not worth investing into defensively, like, get immunities. What saving throws are you worried about? Let's go through some that might be relevant. Sorry, the Cum Sisters, damn. And Karlak over there with the pink of Avernus. So, paralysis effects. Cover that with freedom of movement, or equivalents. Fear effects. Cover that with protection from evil and good, or calm emotions, or Hero's Feast. Poison effects. Cover that with elixirs, or Hero's Feast. Disease effects. Cover that with, again, Hero's Feast. Yes, I took the opportunity to glaze Hero's Feast. What else? Stun effects? Well, one person can get immunity with Helm of Baldurin. Another can get advantage against them with Githzerai Mind Barrier. Another can get advantage against them with Face Semblance Amulet. But also, there's not too many stun effects. But, there you go. Gold coins are added to the second instance of Praise Be? No. I don't think so, anyway. About the attack roll bonuses? So, the additional attack roll bonus from Mystra's Blessing is just for spell attack rolls. It's just, you get that separately from regular Bless. It's a separate condition, even. That's just accuracy for spell attack rolls. Which isn't bad, certainly, and like that's a decent group support option. But if you are leading into having someone do a support role for that, I would have a cleric do that role, because cleric has full spellcaster progression, and they get bless in their spell list, so they're not constrained to doing that once per long rest, or by having a terrible quantity of spell slots, like having a paladin waste their slots on bless is wasteful because they have fewer of them. Also, Aura of Protection. Remember, even if you give up absolutely everything useful about your character to have charisma good enough for Aura of Protection to matter, it has the radius of, I don't know, a trash can? It is a trash ability, so it's got the radius of about a trash can. Like, look at this cutscene here. See where the person on the far left is standing? And then see where Mizora is standing? Aura of Protection would not affect both of them. That's how small it is. This is not an exaggeration. If I was the one with Aura of Protection, Will would have it, Mizora might have it, but those two people behind me definitely wouldn't.
I come to bargain. The hells demand witness.
Your parasite links with Will's, and your memories flow into him. He sees his father's flight from Worm's Rock, and hears Mizora's words to you.
Shit. Where did Gortash send my father? How do I save him?
Sisters.
Infernos contractos te vocamos. Infernos
I heard save as shave for a moment. I was like, Will, he's already bald.
Infernos contractos te vocamos.
Your contract, Will. Signed in blood, forged in fire.
Hope I'm more than a walking mental to see, guys. Of course you are, Sora.
Not unbreakable.
contract is ended without sack.
Without sack? Alright, I'll provide Mizora. It's for Will.
Option, nay, bloody silent. Choose.
You damned wretch. Do it. Break the pact.
Fiat. Fiat.
Fiat.
And don't go, you know, not.
Mizora showed up to offer an accord, and she left with a fiat. What would I do to build a full party support character? Already asking a lot, because, like, I wouldn't play full party, much less dedicate someone to being a support. Because why do that when I could just have multiple fully effective characters that themselves do things? But, hey, Megahedra. Argued standing around one unit to be buffed is less defensive than otherwise using movement. Yeah, I would agree. How's the new run going, so Black? So, if I were to build a full-on supportive character, it would probably be Valor Bard, because combat inspiration is directly more damage. If the people I was supporting were doing spell attack rolls instead of weapon attack rolls, then having a cleric level to have Bless for Staff of Arcane Blessing stuff would make sense. I would probably be wearing ballast armor on that character and standing next to people. Probably would also be the one holding the Resonance Stone, using Fowler Aloof and Shrieking. So would likely end up with Dual Wielder as a feat. Likely. Probably have some spell save DC gear to do control effects like Eye Bite, Blindness, Hold Person, Hold Monster. So, I don't know, maybe something like, 8/4 Cleric Valor Bard. The problem is you don't get your Bardic die back on short rest until 5. But Cleric level 7, you get some good support spells. So I wouldn't want to give that up. Could give up some Cleric's support spells, I suppose. Give up on that entirely. With the exception of getting Aid to cast on the team. Could do something like 4 levels of Cleric, 8 levels of Bard. Could do 4 or 5 and then pick up Wizard for scribing for various other things. Applying Longstrider, stuff like that. But the skeleton of the concept is I would be a support caster doing crowd control effects if I had to dedicate a support character. But ultimately, you are a better support by helping contribute in removing the enemies from the field to begin with. So, meh. Cat headbutt. Yeah, he's doing cat things. Doing good. Got level 6. Prepping for Goblin Leaders. Nice.
But you saved me back there. This is...
Just thought experiment, of course.
God, I never knew freedom could taste so bittersweet. I have, but
A moment.
the Raven God name now lives so... I'd be a fool to... We obtained the fight. Go on then.
To some degree, this also depends on how one defines support. Is it more healing than buffing, more buffing than healing? Everyone has a different idea of where on that scale would work optimally. To add in, there are many ideas Many ways to provide those and other forms of support, including contributing damage, and all to varying degrees of preference. Well, that's all true. There is also wiggle room. There is and isn't wiggle room within that. Like, if we are talking playing Baldur's Gate 3 at some level of being optimal, if you are going to play a support, it's certainly not going to be a healer, because healing is bad. It simply isn't good, because healing is something that will only happen if you already made bad choices. Because you can always play in a way where damage is avoided. All damage is preventable, and even damage that you choose not to prevent can be mitigated to a point where you do not need to heal it off. So, starting from the assumption of you are trying to do effective support in gameplay, first choice would be, hey, support by helping remove the enemies. The way that makes the most sense for that is damage, but if you are not going to do that, if you want to instead be a facilitator for teammate damage, okay, you're doing crowd control effects, you're doing damage debuffing effects, maybe you have summons flooding the field to bait opportunity attacks or also contribute their damage, but you're not healing. Even at level 1 can be avoided almost entirely? Yes. Think about how level 1 works. Taking the damage at all is the issue. Because you don't have much HP, so every hit is a problem. So you are even more encouraged to avoid the damage. I have completed a no-hit run. Kaylee has completed 2 no-hit runs and is working on her 3rd. And these are heavily restricted no-hit runs. These are runs where you're not allowed scrolls, multi-classing, companion assistance, most exploits or abuses of game stuff. Not allowed tadpole powers. Have to do all content. Curious then how to guarantee no damage incoming at level 1. Same way you do it at higher levels. It's Sanguine. Origin Gale, you only have 8 HP at level 1. Good luck tanking any hit. Yeah, but at level 1, like Cynic said, you have an option of you don't have to take fights. But if you are playing a level 1 run, you treat most of the game as a no-hit. I've also completed 2 level 1 runs. But it's largely, okay, I'm going to avoid all combat until I have enough of my defensive features online to where if a hit that I didn't account for or deemed acceptable comes through, it doesn't kill me. So my usual process for all challenge runs is I don't really get into combats before level 5 if there's even a remote possibility of an enemy attempting to attack me. Not just hitting me, attempting to hit me. Usually don't do any fights before level 5. And at level 5, I go and pick up my critical hit immunity, so that if a hit comes through, it's not going to be a hit that can one-shot me. That the Goblin Fight at the Gate, that's also skippable, Irish, and the way I do that, I do it in a way where there is one round where an enemy can make an attack against me. One. And that's if they roll good on initiative and I roll bad, and they choose to go for me rather than any of the other enemies. But the way I mitigate the risk there is by making sure to have, if I have a source of temp HP, I turn that on. If I have a way to disguise to turn off Fury of the Small, I do that. If I have a summon to put on the field to present itself as an alternative target, I often do that too. If I have Blade Ward, I do that. Take precautions, but back to the idea of how to avoid damage on level 1. Once you get critical hit immunity, once you get access to more class abilities, more resources, you have several options. You could do the straightforward thing that is the assumed option of avoiding things, and that is armor class tanking. You can, and this is the strategy on level 1 fighter in particular, at level 1, in Act 1, you can be running around at 29 AC without any short duration buffs. You just have 29. 29 in crit hit immunity means almost nothing in the Act 1 map is capable of hitting you with attack roll based effects. Almost nothing. If you include temporary AC sources, such as haste on top of that, such as the shield spell on top of that, such as mirror image scrolls on top of that, you can render yourself actually unhittable on attack rolls things. How many other maps you visit by that point? 0. This is just being in Act 1 without having gone forward. Access to the Mountain Pass gets you the Defender Flail for that 29 AC model, bringing you up to a resting 30 AC. Defender Flail also giving you 1 physical damage reduction, so that's cool too. By the time you get to Act 2, you have the shoes that Mattis sells, bringing you to 31. You have the cloak that Tally sells, bringing you to 32. You have additional options for +1 AC rings as temporary AC sources. You have Bracing Band back in Act 1. In Act 2, you have Ring of Twilight as an option. You have the Shield by Lantarv, that's a 3 AC shield instead of 2. That brings you up 1 as well. So in Act 2, you could be running around at 34 AC with critical hit immunity. And just kind of like, at that point, the only one who can hit you is, you're talking things affected by War God's Blessing and Moonrise Towers. And you're talking Chirai Tiscan if you power her up enough for her Eldritch Blast to get accurate enough to hit that, which she isn't by default. Got a bit I can reference to that? Would it be no-hit run? Yeah, you could look at my no-hit for strategies, but I didn't do AC tanking on my no-hit run predominantly. I did a bit of that on level 1. My level 1 monk, I did some of it. But largely it's just gear stuff. Here, let me throw together a high AC spec here. I'll even have Shadowheart do it.
Will sacrificed his own father to be. I'm ready. We've got to keep moving.
I put Handmaiden's Mace? Who has that? Yeah, Tiscan should have been higher level. Hey, Jolly Joker. Is there a way to bring the spider boss from the Blighted Village to Glut to make it a Spore Servant, not in Honor mode? Unless, I mean, maybe if you have Dominate Beast? Is it a Beast or a Monstrosity? I think it's Monstrosity, actually. Yeah, not in Honor mode. Maybe if you polymorph it into a beast and then have someone else do Dominate Beast, maybe you could get it down there. Only items found in Act 1? Yeah, I'll do that.
I shall be here in my camp.
So, fighter. Fighting style defense. We'll go with a standard-ish level 1 stat spread. Show you my monstrosity. Hey, Justin. I said no shield? No, I didn't. Okay. Act 1 items. The Helldusk Arbor is an Act 1 item. They say. So. Let's start. Any armor piece outside of the chest slot when used with the Helldusk Armor causes defense fighting style to trigger an additional time. So. Already that. Wondrous Gloves, +1. Ring of Protection. +1. Any shield works here, but we'll go Adamantine here. Already at 27 here. Shield of Faith, 29. There you go. Already outside my boundaries. What about without Helldusk? Adamantine Splint is 19 and only triggers fighting style once. So it's 3 less AC here, right? So Adamantine Splint, you're at 24. And then with Shield of Faith, you're at 26. Splint is 18, so 25. Thank you. Was trigger fighting style twice. The byproduct of how the proficiency thing on it works. You know how you're proficient with this, even if you're not proficient with it? Byproduct of that. So you'd be at 25 here with Shield of Faith with Adamantine Splint, using only Act 1 items. And that's, again, without having short duration temporary buffs like haste, like mirror image, like shield. Remember, haste is 2 AC. That's very easy to forget. Let's go through the logical progression of how much tankier you would get going through the game with this sort of AC tanking setup. Defender Flail, +1. Cloak of Protection, +1. Did I buy the shoes from Mattis? I did. +1. Which gloves? Wondrous gloves. Act 2 now. Yeah. This is Mountain Pass, and then in Act 2, this. So this is 32 AC. And then... where did I put... We'll just put this on. Not Viconia Shield specifically, but any 3 AC shield will do the job. So this is 33 AC with Shield of Faith in a Helldusk setup. So again, if you adjust down for no Helldusk, you're talking 4 less AC. So 29 AC. Resting bonuses. And you can do Ring of Twilight, which I forgot to pick up. But as long as you stay obscured, that would be another +1. You could do Bracing Band alternatively, and then always be knocking someone around. Oh, this is 34 AC in Act 2. Again, adjust downwards. If you don't want a Helldusk, adjust downwards by 4. So that would be 30 AC in Act 2. Available to a level 1 character with no short duration buffs. How would it be Grimm's Helm for crit immunity? Yes, it would. This can get even funnier in Act 3, because you can still have the +2 from Shield of Faith. You just outsource it to an NPC actually concentrating, and then you stack on top of that Roland's Mage Armor, which is another +2. Instead of doing Cloak of Protection, you could do Wave Mother's Cloak, which is 2 instead of 1. Only active in combat, only stays active as long as you don't take damage, but that's the entire point of this exercise. So instead of being here at 34 AC, you would be at 37 AC. And Helm of Baldurin becomes available at that point too, for 38 AC. So that is, once again, a resting 38 AC, without any short duration buffs on. You can then go farther than that with Haste, to just be chilling at 40, and you can get the resources to keep that haste going. You can also start sustaining Terrazul on top of that to be chilling at 42 passively. For reference, Kithrak Voss is the highest accuracy enemy that I know of in the game, not including War God's Blessing, and he can only hit you up to 37, I believe. That's assuming he drinks his elixir and he's using the silver sword, which means that's not the mountain pass fight. That means you're either fighting him in Act 1 or in Act 3. And even when fighting him in Act 3, there's routes where he still won't have the silver sword, he'll just be using his longsword. And when using his longsword, he will only be able to hit you on a 35. Not gonna be fighting boss ever. I think the next highest is... it's either Saravok or Slayer form Orin with the buff that you have to get through dialogue. That's next highest that I know of. If he drinks his elixir, could you throw another at him to override it? Yes. And that's often the optimal play of Mick, throwing like a fire resistance elixir at him and also direct impacting him, because then you are turning off his elixir of heroism and your ability draining his strength, which is also lowering his accuracy. Can't you hit 50 AC? You can hit well over 50 AC. You can get your AC into the 70s. There's no reason to do so, but you can. Yeah, brief exploration of AC stuff.
No time to rest.
Eye-opening, thank you. You're welcome, Sonra. It was a good question.
May the darkness protect you. If you're sure.
Isn't there an endgame buff that gives AC? I don't think so. Like, the Thaniel buff gives you +1 to all ability scores, so if you are doing dexterity AC tanking, which is good, Armor of Agility with 22 dex is good AC, but Haldusk is practically better because it gives damage reduction and a resistance and a status immunity, but you could do that. So technically speaking, the Thaniel buff could get you up an AC bracket. But other stuff in the realm of AC tanking, speaking of ability drain, remember, you don't have to just increase your AC, you can decrease their attacking stat, and this is why ability drain, in my opinion, is far and away the most broken of the tadpole powers. At least until you become full with it. Because being able to reduce someone's attacking stat reduces their accuracy and their damage for weapon stuff. It reduces their accuracy and their spell save DC for caster stuff. So imagine if you're hanging out right below the AC threshold you need to be to make yourself unhittable to an enemy. And then you open with hitting them, ability draining them, getting a surprise round. Then inside of that surprise round, you ability drain them again. And then, on the first round where they're able to act, you're ahead of them in initiative, you hit them again, ability draining them again. You've drained their stat 3 times, which lowers them, if they're on an even number. You've now lowered them substantially. If they're on an odd number, less so, but still good. Almost want a long rest again for the Blacketh scene.
How did your company?
As your eye.
Cartoon about Golden Antelope drowning shot in gold. We meme about that. We drain Ketherick's strength by throwing coins. Toss a coin to your Kethericker. No, it's not good. Toss a coin to your Necromancer? Eh. We'll workshop it. Okay, you know what would be really funny, though? What if my answer to Orin, was just, like, one-shotting her from outside of combat? That would be funny, right? I would enjoy that. Maybe that's what we end up doing. Damn it, Beyblade. Go to hell and buff up first. I hear that's more a fair complaint than it's plain boring to watch player just playing on hints from chat. I mean, I think those are both stupid things for a chatter to say. Because, like, the knee-jerk ew Helldusk thing is usually from people who have no real mechanical knowledge anyway, or going off vibes, because, like, Helldusk armor is not even an item that I consider good by Act 3 gear standards. So if you were going to use it, you're using it before that point, and even then, it's very, like, parallel in value to Adamantine Splint. And even then, if you want any offensive value at all, you're using other things. So, like, if the underlying assumption is this item is too powerful, so it makes your run invalid, well, that's not even true. Is Ratbat or double dollar daggers higher damage? Ratbat. The Evo Wizard a blank subclass before level 10? No. Level 2, you turn off friendly fire for evocation spells. Level 6, your cantrips that are save or suck become save for half. So Acid Splash becomes an extremely consistent AoE nuke. Among other spells. You know, Acid Splash, Sacred Flame, Poison Spray, Toll the Dead, Bursting Sinew, all the saving throw ones. A lot of those that I just referenced are bad, but Acid Splash is not a bad spell. Friendly Fire is at friends. I mean, yourself. You count. I should be clear. Like, remember, I'm a solo player. You count. So that means you can just, like, blow up your own feet with AoE spells and not care. as long as you get burning immunity to cover the fire surface part, you could just cast a wall of fire and stand in there. It's another great defensive option because you don't really need to be particularly tanky if enemies literally die by trying to get to you. I matter, you do. So learn Fireball for less gold. Shut up, Say. Who decided that? I did. I don't like the process of acquiring Helldusk early for sequence breaking reasons, not by virtue of the raw mechanics of doing so. I'm a fan of an otherwise useful piece of equipment. Yeah, like, you definitely do have to do things that are not expected in gameplay. Outside the organic progression of the game. I'm not saying having issues with it is not valid. It's useful in certain scenarios to not to get close to my enemies if I can manage. Right. I don't consider the level 2 feature to be one of the biggest selling points of Evocation, but the level 6 feature is quite nice. It's possible to build into guaranteed 20 plus AoE acid damage cantrip. So, for anyone who remembers the and I shit on this rule set often because I absolutely hate the name, and it caused a lot of people to build bad habits and build up belief systems of BG3 challenge running on poor assumptions. Ultimate Solo Honor, that era. Basically, the creator of that rule set, very much a, Gloomstalker assassin kind of player. So they created a rule set encouraging more restrictions, but in a way where that playstyle wasn't actually meaningfully affected. But it was a popular run that got a lot of people into challenge running, so it did good. Most people playing that challenge were running some flavor of Gloomstalker plus Rogue, because that was the knowledge that people had at that time. There were a couple people who deviated from that. Sohole did Shadow Monk, and that's one of the things that got me interested in Shadow Monk. Soho and Trade were doing Shadow Monk before anyone, and watching the two of them do it made me develop an interest in the class, so that's awesome. But Say did Wizard, played as Gale, and did an Acid Splash build. And this run, for context, was no vendors, no long rests. Were there any other restrictions there? I think it was just no vendors, no long rests. I think no respecs. Yeah, it was probably that too. So, no tadpole powers. I think that was because, like, the belief that no long rests caused that, but maybe there was a separate allowance for that. Yeah. But at any rate, they did it with a cantrip build on the class that people most frequently go, but you need to long rest all the time. It's like, no, you don't. If you want to do more extreme challenge runs beyond simply honor mode or duo honor mode, things like solo, level 1, no hit. Sorry, I'm missing the context on that, Sunrun. Could you elaborate? I'm ADHDing hard right now. But cantrips have bad damage. And that's a statement that could be either completely false or comparatively true, depending on your point of comparison. Like, if you're comparing min-maxed cantrip damage to min-maxed bow damage, sure, that's true. But, like, cantrips perform at a point much higher than I think anybody who would shit on them openly knows about. And it's to the point of, yeah, you can make this cantrip do over 100 damage. Relative to, like, bow or melee min-max stuff doing several hundred or 1,000 plus damage, that's bad. But in the context of, for the cost of one action point, you used a resourceless ability and dealt 100 damage, that's definitely more than what most of the game needs, and especially in a resource-restricted run. And in the case of Acid Splash, you can make it guaranteed because it's not an attack roll. That have to use these sequence breaking strats. I mean, I was referring to Helldusk acquisition, and that's not something that you have to do, ever. The primary reason that I do it is for the XP, but there's also XP alternatives that don't require that. And we were getting level 11 before a lot of XP optimization that we've done. They says 100% confident abuseless level 1 solo honor all bosses run as possible with a little bit more dedication than I have. I think it's very, very, very reasonably doable. This game is a puzzle, and, like, there's a lot of answers to every problem. Or is refuting the statement in its raw state. You don't have to do anything specifically in order to complete a given challenge or playthrough. Right. How does Potent Cantrip work? Acid Splash? Acid Splash already half damage on saves? No. It's not. But that's how it works. Acid Splash is all or nothing, unless you have Potent Cantrip. I guess because I have Shield of Fate, I could just cast that on Velmorba. Happy Wednesday, Blark. How are you? Buff up all my weapons that I see myself conceivably using here.
Better not be cursed.
Every day there is less of me. Been a while since I've done an Evo Wizard. The only thing that would do more damage for what I'm doing in this build than what I'm doing, and the only reason it's more is because if I'm doing Magic Club, the damage die of Brutal Critical and Savage Attacks is smaller than what I could reasonably achieve from Int Modifier. It's an extra D4, so even on a high roll, that's going to be less than what I could reasonably achieve Int Modifier-wise. On Ratbat, Barbarian does more, or is capable of doing more, because the damage die are bigger. But yeah, Evocation Wizard is the damage god of the game. Not every build has good weapon proficiencies. The idea of saying something's bad damage because it doesn't peak as high as melee range doesn't feel right to me, especially when the non-weapon alternatives do more than enough to cover the game. I agree with you. I agree with you. Like, the threshold of doing enough to bully the game, I think anything that clears that threshold can't be called bad in a way that's intellectually honest, which is why I refer to cantrips as bad in the early game, and then I stop referring to them as bad, because at that point you can get enough support onto them to make them more than what the game requires. Chain Lightning is bad damage in Answer Fight. Chain Lightning is bad damage relative to other lightning damage spells. That one's gonna break some brains. But, like, compare Chain Lightning to Lightning Arrow or Call Lightning, and it's straight up bad. But that's disingenuous to say, because we know Chain Lightning does more than enough damage to bully the game. Bad damage should mean you're struggling somewhere to do damage. Yeah. I want to say that abjuration is the opposite end of the spectrum. Could you expand on what you mean, Nico? I'm unsure. Gotta get some sleep, let all this percolate a bit. Thanks so much for input and sharing your expertise. Hey, thanks for the chat and some. Hope you get some good rest. I don't think it was expertise, I'm just yapping. Just on a call and missed the hell of this combo. Damn, chatter still pisses me off. You can't fix stupid, Danny. You can't fix stupid. Stupid people say stupid things, and it's not on you to fix them. Or allow them in your space. And there is a marked difference between stupidity and ignorance. Passed by to drop a turning pike joke, never landed. Yeah, I missed it. Have a great day. Have a good one, say. What chatter exactly? Not a thing that happened today, Taylor. Just an infamous incident from another time. I was joking. Oh, I see. Go get Rapture. Meh. Put lightning on the clubs, didn't I? Let's switch the clubs to cold. Especially if we're gonna do big stupid dragon. Switch them to lightning later. Alright, what do we think, chat? Where are we going first? Orin? Answer? Mysticarian? Saravok? Hey, CT. How you doing? How's Hope time? Nah, I'm just buffing for the day right now. kill Answer so we can actually have fun the rest of the day. Ooh. Yeah, you know, when you put it that way. Or to get Carapace if we want to see more ridiculous damage. That is a good point to make. That is a good point to make. I guess it should be Orin. Never seen Answer die any other way than Baromancy, so I'm down to see that. Plans to one-shot him. With a weapon. So we'll work towards that. So hardest boss in the game by consensus? No. Answer is a snooze fest. I don't think there's ever going to be a meaningful consensus on, like, hardest boss. But I think if you put a gun to my head and made me decide, he wouldn't even be in the running.
I believe what?
You're a rogue or a monk. You can just stand there and shoot him. Yeah, he just can't really meaningfully hurt you.
That to protect the city, he with follow its path to the worm.
Playing the robe above the sharp people were talking about a little bit yesterday. Oh yeah, I'm about to do the setup right now so you can see it. Who would be in the running? Maybe Gortash Thorn Room fight. I'd say the running would be Ritual Cazador, not Ascended Cazador, Ritual Cazador, Coronation Gortash. I'm struggling to think of a third thing on that level. Dame Aelin in Act 3. It'd be between those three for me.
Individual doesn't seem.
Think Ascended Cazador is easier? Yes. Ascended Cazador does not have the legendary action that Ritual Cazador has, rendering him easier. Okay. So what we did here is I had Valmorba here and Roland. Each of them has enough attitude with this particular disguise I'm using that they consider this person an ally. So Roland has a version of Mage Armor in Act 3 that is just +2 AC till long rest, stacks with everything except for regular Mage Armor. If he has it on himself, he will prioritize buffing the nearest ally with it, so that's me. Valmorba has Shield of Faith. If she herself has Shield of Faith, she will prioritize buffing the nearest ally with it, and that's me. On that note, Leroy can be scary as fuck? No, I mean, not reasonably. Leroy can be scary the same way, climbing into the bathtub while still holding your favorite appliance can be scary. You did that shit to yourself. With Viconia's robe, and I keep this Veil of Shar condition. Take out his minions, he becomes a lot less scary. Not even that, just read his ability. He can't do his retort if he's prone. What about Wargaz? So, like, I'm sensing a theme here. You named another enemy that cannot do shit to you if he's prone. And as Soblock is mentioning, he has a big thing in common with Leroic, and Taurus also has this issue. To some extent Orin, where they're humanoids that don't have much HP, and they don't really have any particular crowd control resistance. What purpose is wearing that robe serve exactly? It's so the mage armor counts regardless of what armor. No, so that robe has a feature. Let me read it off here. Shar and Veil. Shield of Faith also grants you +2 bonus to all saving throws. If you have this equipped, when Shield of Faith is applied to you, you keep that effect as long as you have the Shield of Faith, even if the robe is no longer equipped. As you can see, I still have it, even though I'm not wearing that anymore. You're welcome. Let's go Elven Elegance. Care about Bone Spike gloves on this run? I don't. Boots of Sonic Movement. Disguised as a Githyanki. Baldurin doesn't help me with damage here, but I have enough help for that, I think. Now I cancel my concentration on Shield of Faith. I was concentrating on Valborba, so that she would target me. You know, as I sit here listening to this advice, I think this may be party play problems. Often full party, I don't want to also fall prone. Need to make preparations, keep the whole team from slipping on the surface. One for the boss. Can learn. That's a good attitude, but you're also overthinking that. So think about how I approach my gameplay and why I would say certain things. If I talk about making someone prone, well, remember, I'm also the guy who never shuts up about, hey, have you considered getting 20 strength? 20 strength allows you to pick up and throw anyone with Wargaz Leroican sized on their ass. And I also, in my own gameplay, prioritize grabbing athletics proficiency. Specifically for things like that. Curious, since I missed most all the Orin fights in the last few runs, how do you shoot through unstoppable charges? Sometimes I use poisons, sometimes I use multi-instance weapon attacks like Rat Bat, sometimes it'll be Magic Missile, sometimes Scorching Ray, sometimes it'll just be... They'll be gone already from Call the Weak and Unstoppable from me AoEing down her buddies on top of her. Depends on the run. Like Reverberation a lot for making enemies go prone. Yeah, Reverberation's a decent tool for that. Gotta get the Yankee or Yeetable. Yeah, they are of eating size. Keybinds. Forgot to fix my hotbar after that respec. You go there. You go there. Hey, Frost Peony. The have war crit bonus applied to Armor of Agathis. If you are the one being crit, yes. Are there good athletic sources in Acts 1 and 2? Not good at remembering this kind of bonuses. Need to make some Gith flyer more or less reliably. Gith Yankee boots and Speedy Light Feet get +1 athletics in boot slot. There's also metallic gloves. There's a pair, just non-unique metallic gloves. There's a pair in the Grove. That's +1 to strength checks, I believe. There's a few armors that give +1 to strength checks as well. Elixir of Human Versatility to get proficiency if you need it, I guess. For me, if I can have the right gear potions, my base stats tend to skew more towards Dex from a non-casting set, because Dex is Dex. But Dex is not mutually exclusive with Strength. You can have both. This conversation is a great example of why Strength is so good. Because if you're looking for crowd control options, Strength just kind of passively provides that. Among all of the other things it does. You know, BG3 has a problem when 17, 16, 15, 8, 8, 8 caster is not a meme. Yeah, that's not really a meme, that's just often optimal. Like, a lot of times I'll swap the 15 out for 10 in Charisma, just for vendor prices a little bit, but yeah. Saving throws, not checks. Thank you for the correction, Mick. On the Talaglyphs. Guess it's just a me thing where I can make up for not having strength a bit more easily than for other stats. That's not how the game works. It's not how the game works, not how stats work.
The penitent looks at you silently.
The reality of how stats are valued outside of very specific niche scenarios in this game. Dexterity ticks the most boxes, followed by strength, and then everything else is hyper situational. Constitution is rarely necessary because, as we discussed a while ago, all damage is avoidable, and even if you are planning on taking damage, barbarians have enough HP that they don't need con. They still have more than others boosting con when they dump it. You have access to spells like Aid and Hero's Feast to get HP. No need to have HP yourself. You have Ethel's Well for at least the first 2 acts, which is HP that goes in the temp HP slot. You also have actual temp HP sources like Symbiotic Entity, Armor of Agathis, False Life, Shield of Thralls, Elixir of Heroism, Vital Conduit Boots, Vivacious Cloak, the Heroism spell. You got all that. Intelligence, if you are trying to have more spells prepared as a wizard, I guess that's Intelligence's biggest use case, or if you're Evocation School, it's damage. But, like, if you're trying to land spell save DC stuff, you've got gear, you've got acuity, and you could also just select things that don't care about your casting stat. Same with Wisdom, same with Charisma. Caveat with Charisma, you are more likely to have more uses for Charisma at once, because it's also dialogue checks, it's vendor prices, it's Warlock Pact Weapon, it's Potent Robe. Charisma is head and shoulders above the other mental stats in terms of number of use cases, but it's still leagues behind Strength and Dex. We say it like this, I can drink a Strength potion, not a Dex potion. About it all comes down to. So? It's still a bad choice to have bad strength to the point where you need to give up your elixir slot, because just drinking a strength potion isn't free. You are giving up your elixir slot. And that's a big thing to lose, mechanically. Arcane Acuity gives spellcasting more than any strength increase items, yes, but I can have both. But you don't need both. That becomes wasteful. You don't need to devote a slot anywhere to increasing your strength if you are doing it naturally. Everlasting Vigor is not something that has an equivalent. It's not like you could choose to give up Everlasting Vigor to pick up a +2 in your casting stat. That might change the conversation, but you can't do that. I picked General's Memory here because of the things that I could pick for my build. It was only really between Strength, Dex, and Charisma. I don't plan on using Pact Weapon scaling, so Charisma is less of a big deal, and it's easier for me to keep Strength at a higher number. Keeping Strength at 20 gives me the benefit of additional carry weight and also being able to throw people around. And going from 16 to 18 Dex doesn't allow me to hit any meaningful initiative brackets because I already have Alert and Feral Instinct. So that's why I went General's Memory there. But that wasn't free. Things aren't free. (16 int, 9 strength, 14 dex, 14 charisma). Current wizard made sense in my head. So, like, your stat spread there is just you're not good at anything. Like, your int is fine, sure, but 16 strength 16 int indicates that you are not positioning yourself to get to 18 int. So there's that. That already indicates to me that you're probably going to end up using acuity stuff anyway, if you care about your DC. 9 strength is just... You wanted to dump strength, but still had to acknowledge that having good carry weight is good, so you put the extra point in strength, so why did you dump strength? 14 dex is a bad choice, straight up. 14 charisma, what is the charisma doing for you specifically? It's just that none of the stats are so low that I can't boost situationally as needed. So, you decided to be slightly bad at everything instead of good at anything? That's what that stat spread works out to be. Like, you didn't gain ground in any area, you lost ground in every area. And I wouldn't view that as a good stat decision. Early in my runs, thought taking 14 charisma would help from dialectics, quickly realized how pointless those points were. Yeah, like, you can still get by on lower charisma. If anything, among challenge runners here who are, like, super turbo nerdy about this shit, I know that Soblack and Trade value charisma even less than I do. I will make allowances for charisma, and, like in the stat spread Say mentioned of the 17, 16, 15, 8, 8, 8, I tend not to do that, in favor of having either 10 or 12 charisma. So I value it more than some other people who are very particular about their stat preferences here. But even then, it's something that being the least worthless of the mental stats is not really too glowing of a commendation. And again, there's exceptions where other mental stats can become desirable. There's exceptions where charisma itself can become more desirable. Like if you're playing pure class Hexblade, there's a lot of reasons to have high charisma. If you're playing Evocation Wizard, there's a lot of reasons to have high intelligence. Great conversation here while I'm sitting in the lab for this build. Hey, glad to hear that. How do you personally fix that? Because I like having dex and charisma is what it comes down to. So no reason to have below 16 dex unless a build specifically calls for having lower dexterity. Like, I cannot stress enough. If you are not investing in dex, you have wasted skill points. You have wasted stat points, excuse me, or you are specifically trying not to have good dex. Because that's just, given the amount of points you have, what each stat does. Like, 16 dexterity is your baseline for builds, period. So start from there. I like vendor prices, but I think Riz is only worth for dialogue if you have a class that gets support for dialogue checks. And I would argue that if you're a class that has support for dialogue checks, you then don't need that Riz because you've already gotten support and you can put the points elsewhere. Are there any cases, even if niche, where you want to invest into Wizards that one a lost cause? You can invest into Wisdom if you are trying to scale Ironvine shield damage. If you are trying to land... If you're doing Open Hand Monk, it is your manifestation bonus damage as well, your level 6 feature. If you're trying to land the effects of the 4 elements spells or Drunk Monk features, your Wisdom can matter there too. If you are playing a Moon Druid, your Wisdom persists into Wild Shape, so if you're trying to land saving throw-based effects from your spellbook or from scrolls while shapeshifted, well, you can't wear your spell save DC gear while you're transformed, so you may as well have the Wisdom. Like, there are cases for Wisdom. Something like Arcane Archer, how much investment do you make into Int 14, 12, 14, something like that, so, yeah. Sometimes I wonder if my points in strength matter that much, because I'm almost always running a strength elixir anyways. It does matter, Seedsy, even if you are running a strength elixir, because there's going to come a time when you're not. Exactly, yeah. It opens up the chance to use different elixirs. Because, think about, let's say you're dealing with, the big fight in the Gauntlet of Shar against all the Justiciars from the portals. Maybe you have Balthazar helping you, maybe you don't, but a lot of enemies on the board is the idea. Elixir of Bloodlust is going to do far more for you than Strength Elixir boosting you from, let's say, +4 to +5 on your modifier, even going from +4 to +8 on your modifier. Bloodlust does more, because you get to just do more things. You get to remove more threats from the board faster. There's going to be other situations where maybe you need to pop a Vigilance to ensure that you hit a certain initiative bracket. Like if you want to make sure that Yurgir or Gortash or Cazador doesn't beat you in initiative, you can pop a Vigilance. If you want to get immunity to Cloud Kill for Balthazar or Mystic Carrion, you can pop a Poison Rest. So the flexibility is key. Probably want to run Guileful Movement Summon Act 1, so having that solid base strength is good to fall back on. That's a good point that my own Sling made. There's going to be times where, in certain rule sets, your only option for getting immunity to, like, Hold Person is going to be that Elixir. Which means you can't be running a Strength Elixir at the same time. Hey, Moria. I've been lurking this run since Act 1, picking up a lot of knowledge you have in this game. Want to say hi and thank you. That's a very kind first message. I really appreciate that. I hope you're having a good time. I hope the yapping is not too off-putting. This run, I've done the sit and talk about the game instead of playing the game thing a lot, but good conversation topics, good chatters. Very kind of you to say. But back to Candy Maze Wizard setup. 16 dex. There's no real reason not to also have 16 strength. And then that leaves customize intelligence and constitution to taste. And then you're good. You don't need wisdom at all. If you want some comfort points in charisma, take a little bit, but over-investing would be a mistake. You could still have like 12 Riz if you wanted. I think going beyond 12 would be a mistake, though. What if I'm planning to be on Cloud Giant all the time with Tavern Brawler? Is that a bad idea to begin with? Again, you're denying yourself your flexibility, and there's going to be situations where you want highly situational elixirs like Vigilance, especially if you took Tavern Brawler and not Alert. Your initiative's going to be in dire straits. Because you also are unlikely to be using something like Sentinel Shield. You don't get Hellrider Longbow until Act 3. You're unlikely to be using things like Soulbreaker Greatsword. You could, but you're unlikely to do that. So you need to get your initiative somewhere. So you're likely to be popping Vigilance. But even if you're not, even if you're in a fight where your only concern is damage output, if there's AoE, Bloodlust. There's multiple people. Bloodlust. Purely single target? Cloud Giant? Sure. It can have some situations, especially on like a Tavern Brawler Monk, where it is big damage. But that doesn't mean that those stat points become freed up from strength, because, again, where are you putting them? Like, if you're already having as much dex as you can, you don't need intelligence at all. Charisma is minimal in terms of impact. That means the points are being distributed between strength, constitution, and wisdom. As we discussed, all damage is avoidable or can be mitigated, so constitution you only need as much as you would consider comfortable, and you don't need to go all out on that. You can just take a little bit. You can be like 10 con instead of 8 if you're worried about going 8. And that leaves strength and wisdom. If you are playing a Shadow Monk, wisdom does nothing for you. If you're playing a 4 Elements Monk, if you're clicking Fangs of the Fire Snake, wisdom does nothing for you. If you're playing a Drunk Monk, wisdom does something for you. And if you're playing Open Hand, wisdom does something for you. But you can still have decent wisdom and good strength. So there's no reason to dump the strength. Phaeloran asks, for an open hand monk then, would boosting wisdom or dex be better? Dex is always better. But, like, you can have both. What's more optimal stat spread for an open hand monk, assuming we're taking Tavern Brawler? 17 strength, 16 dex, 14 wisdom. For caster, since it is what I end up working well on my cleric, 16 strength, 16 dex, 16 casting stat, maybe a good spread. Yeah, if you're comfortable having the low con. Yeah. And that's not necessarily bad, like having the low constitution. You can totally get away with that. Just something to be aware of. Gotta be careful about what damage you allow through. I become more okay dropping dex to 14 or 12 on heavy spellcasting stat builds like Evo or Blade Lock where I want 20 in my casting stat. Yeah, you can... Every rule has exceptions, right? You can justifiably lower it a little bit, but I'm trying to think of a time where I did questionable stat stuff. When I played Bladesinger. It was Bladesinger Reforged, so, you know, much better than actual Bladesinger. Check out that mod on Nexus by Grim Preacher. Awesome, awesome mod. That was a run where I wanted strength, dex, con, and intelligence. So I had to compromise a lot. Wisdom was dumped as usual. Charisma had to be dumped. But I couldn't have everything. So I didn't compromise on my dex. But I had to compromise between my strength, my con, and my int. I could have chosen to compromise a little bit on dex, but I wouldn't have been comfortable doing that. Rather drop the dex than the strength. Logical. Like they give out advice instead of just playing. Oh, thank you. Welcome to Yapper's Gate 3. Next playthrough be Evil Power Hungry Warlock should also have 16 dex in your opinion? Yeah. The reason why dexterity is so big is it does, like, the most important things for you. It is your initiative, which is huge. Like, being able to go before an enemy does some shit you don't want to see, that's very important. But it can also be your saving throws. Most explosion or explosion-based things go on your dexterity. Slipping on ice and grease, that's also dexterity. Sleight of hand is dexterity. Stealth, I don't find stealth useful most of the time, but if you're gonna do stealth, that's dexterity. It is, at least in some small part, your armor class on non-heavy armor builds. It is your accuracy and damage with bows, and bows are useful on every character. Dexterity is just really good to have. Everyone on YouTube doing the drop your strength and chug a strength elixir every day for your Tavern Brawler monk. It's so fucking good, bro. It's been a detriment to newer players. It really has done a lot of damage. And this is not me saying that the policy of drinking a strength elixir to maintain a higher strength threshold than you normally could, this is not me saying that's bad. I do that sometimes myself. But give yourself options. Because it's not always the ideal tool for a situation. I think I left my Messy Wizard with 12 con. Probably drop that to 10 without having a heart attack. Yeah, I think you could. The difference between 10 and 12 isn't huge in terms of feel. At the point, my only contention in my build is the feat. I can make a valid use of alert because, of course, heavily armored and dual wielder. Been going back and forth on this for like 45 minutes. All of those are good. Yankee currently 2 Hexblade, 4 Wizard. Stats not final, 13, 16, 12, 17, 8, 8. Heavily armored would allow you to even out a stat. And it gives you access to using... I am really partial to a lot of heavy armor chest plates. So, I like that idea. But you don't have shield proficiency. So you can't just throw on Sentinel Shield to fix your bad initiative. Actually, you do have shield proficiency from Hexblade, never mind. So you could get away with not having alert. You're gonna need to keep initiative gear very readily available, though. But yeah, you could totally get away with that. For same open hand monk, what bonuses and feats would you take, including Hag Hair, Mirror of Loss, any ASIs? I would discourage ASIs most of the time. There's always something more impactful you could grab. You're talking, if you're pure classing, Tavern Brawler, Alert, Dual Wielder. If you are not pure classing, you're probably looking at Tavern Brawler and then either Alert or Dual Wielder, depending on which one you value more. Dual Wielder is damage. Even for punching, yes. Mirror of Loss, probably looking at Wisdom for open hand to boost your manifestation damage. Probably. Hag Hair, probably Dexterity so that you could get to 18 Dex or Initiative Armor class. Actually been wishing I could intentionally fail stealth checks recently. Yeah, CD, it's stealth successful is a huge point of frustration. Challenge running. At least as solo. Which feat does shield proficiency come with? Moderately armored. Yeah. Thank you, All-Time Lowly. Sorry, I'm a little behind on chat. It's moving fast. I'm making sure to respond to everything. Or try to. Marcus shitposting. Love being ineffective in a fight because I didn't take my morning vitamins. That's me every day. Marcus shitposting is my nickname in college. Oh. You wanna talk about it, buddy? Warlock would be Charisma, Dexterity, Constitution. Don't play solo or honor mode. Want to play around the Eldritch Blast just for the fun. So the thing with Constitution is, like, you only need as much as you want to feel comfortable. Because, like, it's HP, it's concentration, it's ability to resist certain effects, but it doesn't matter if you don't get hit. And this is what Soblock's referring to, with even though he doesn't value casting stat, he prefers a little more casting stat investment rather than a little more HP, because the HP isn't necessary if you play carefully enough. So Constitution is like your comfort. Like, once you get your important stats, if you have points left over, throw some in Constitution. But for Warlock, yeah, Charisma, Dexterity are most important too. And I would say of the remaining stats, you still get a little more out of having decent strength than you do the others. But since you said you're playing full party, you plan on focusing around Eldritch Blast, you could get away with having lower strength. If you wanted to have the extra HP. You could get away with it. I still prefer the strength, but I don't think going with the Constitution would be a bad call, necessarily. Annabeth. Get some good rest, Sunray. We just Quag's final boss every run. It's true. I mean, I'm struggling right now. This is with the giant barb carry weight, too.
Stone. The Baal amulet trembles in front. Will you return?
Right. So disclaimer, I've not tried to kill Orin in this way before. I wanted to verify that she doesn't have Unstoppable right now. We're gonna go get Executioner. And I'm willing to use that here. I think the actual optimal play would be Scarlet Saturation, but I don't feel like doing that. Current play is a 6 open hand, 6 stars druid. Again, I started this play before I came across your channel, took the advice of Cloud Elixirs, thinking I could still respec and better optimize my build. I've enjoyed the versatility of having stars druid with my open hand. I get some good utility spells and abilities from Star Druid. My current stats are 8, 16, 16, 8, 22, 10, I think. Took Hag's Hair and Mirror of Lost Wisdom, Miss Patriarch's Memory, and a Rosh Strength Boost, and I have Con Tavern Brawler. So you get decent value out of your Wisdom on that setup. I think it's interesting to lean into Wisdom there, because you're pulling double duty. It's your manifestation damage, but it's also the difficulty class of your Starry Form stuff, and it's your Druid spell save DC. I think that's like a cool way of getting value out of Wisdom. I don't love the low strength thing, but I think if you hold the Charisma and the Con, you could have decent strength. Like, getting to 16 or 18 strength naturally there is still pretty good. Is that girl's husband? Yeah, that's Connor. Connor's very useful. Mayrina does not survive any of my runs.
Light on my feet.
You get your spellcasting mod added to Starry Form damage, which is nice. Also uses your current spellcasting mod if you multi-class, so 2 stars, really good for other casters. That too. I'm Connor's new wife now. It's true.
Tell me then, what is the point of murder if not?
Alright, disclaimer. This is, like, really stupid.
The sacrament of murder is too clean. Save
It didn't let me Executioner there, but that's fine. They're all still surprised. Cycle through some other elixirs. So if we had crit, she'd be dead. That's okay. Warren. Very haste. ATJ4 pancake. Killing your spore grenade triggers bloodlust, as long as the many target arrow forks to someone else, yeah. Expected more damage because I forgot she was one. Oh yeah, did Orin uncanny dodge it? No, she didn't uncanny dodge it. There's Ball's Edict. Oh, I ran out of Chain Lightning. Eh.
Let's get this over with.
unstoppable stack. I'm gonna go here, trying to discourage her hitting Lizelle. That Terror's will item to use drugs. Never understood why Chain Lightning's good here. It's a dex save against evasion mobs. So the way evasion works, it doesn't actually just go dex save unconditionally. There's a is explosion tag on effects in the game. And not everything that's a dex save has that. In fact, some things that aren't dex saves also have it. Paralyzed. Don't have a 4th level smite, which is a bummer. We'll use a 1st level, I guess.
A metallic tang fills the air as the Slayer's form is drained of life. Ashes to ashes.
She okay? Yeah, I think so.
You have robbed another god of his chosen. A glint of...
Only one find.
Right. The reason why we did this is, yeah, we do have to do it to beat the game, but the real reason was, Mutilated Carapace. We're gonna equip here. Formless Slaughter, +1 to attack and damage rolls. So you see this, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Those 7 instances, would all get +1 from Formless Slaughter. Still have Executioner charged up. Guess we can go fight the big stupid dragon. Am I disguising as Lae'zel? Yeah, I have a mod that allows me to disguise as more things that are normally than there are normally on the list. Provides me no mechanical benefit over being able to disguise as the generic versions. It doesn't give you the origin tags or anything, it's just purely cosmetic. In fact, it's so particular about not giving you the origin features that you don't even get the correct weight when you turn into Karlach, because Karlach being slightly heavier is a origin feature of hers. So I feel good about using it. Muscle Mama K. It's true. It doesn't look bad. Damn right, it's a feature of hers. She's full of iron. BRB legally changing my name to Iron. This works most optimally if I... Floric peg me too. There you go. Let's switch elixirs. Here. This. Orcs are 90 kilograms already. Orcs and Dragonborn are 100. Half Orcs and Dragonborn are 100 kilograms. Medium-sized creatures otherwise are 75. Harlack is 90. Okay, Halson 75. Nindara 75. Harlack 90. How did I get 4 actions returned there? I had my normal action, I had Elixir of Bloodlust active, I had Hasting Spores active, and I had Terrazul active. Should I get Rapture first? Meh. Minthara and Halson being the same weight makes me more uncomfortable. I can put it to words. What was the last one? Sorry? Terrazul. Here, I should probably just have the wiki page for Terrazul be a command at this point, but... it is a drug you can purchase in Act 3. It is a free action to consume. It gives you 2 turns of what is effectively haste, but that stacks with other haste effects. But it does have, you do have to deal with going lethargic once it wears off. Theoretically, a fighter can have up to 5 actions a turn if they have all those action surge. Yeah. Technically, a wild magic sorcerer could also do that if they get that wild magic surge, but you know that's a big, reach. Hey, Sinja. Can't wait to watch with BG3's Twitch extension. Hopefully they fix it soon. I really miss it. Has there been any word on that? Any word at all? Let's disguise as Elfira. Terrazul the only beneficial drug in the game? I mean, of the Act 3 drugs? I did a retaliation build where drinking the one that put me to sleep was also useful. It's the only cleanly beneficial one that I know of. Put it that way. Heard the bird is the word. I legit thought it was just me is missing and felt dumb not being able to figure out how to get it back. Nope, it's just broken. Who's responsible for the extension? That I don't know. Each time you consume Terrazul, doesn't make you lethargic immediately. Notice that if you have speed push and not cast haste, you go lethargic immediately. So it is a separate kind of effect, but it puts you on a 2-turn timer. So what you can do with speed pots and with Terrazul individually is if you are showing 1 turn left, instead of ending your turn, consume another one. That replaces the effect, which makes you lethargic immediately, but it makes you lethargic on your turn, so that on the following turn, in the case of speed pots, you still have 2 turns left, or in the case of Terrazul, you still have 1 turn left. This does mean for Terrazul, after the first turn, if you want to prevent going lethargic, you have to consume 1 every single turn instead of ending your turn. So it's like, you know, drug addiction. It's easier to cycle speed pots that way than it is Terrazul. But the Terrazul Jitters is a separate condition from other haste effects, so it stacks. There's like the haste family where you can only have 1, and then there's Terrazul. So I could have Terrazul plus my choice of haste spores or haste spell or celestial haste spell or potion of speed or mind sanctuary or fire myrmidon haste, you know. I guess I do actually want to be Gith for psionic movement, huh? Fine. She'll be lazy though. How many universal res do I have? 3? That's enough.
I am Ansem.
Ansem.
And now
The big stupid dragon. My least favorite fight in the entire game. Not because it's difficult, but because it's not fun. It's not interesting. It's not challenging. Not narratively impactful. It's just here. Ooh, even crit. Goodbye. Hey, Kels. How are you? There goes the goose max.
This calls for careful footwork.
Started a new run as a warlock when I tried to hex one of the comatose guys in the warlock. I accidentally hexed myself. Hexing yourself is very infrequently useful.
Time to push my luck again.
Not quite as much movement as I would like to have here. I guess I'm using this. Sonic Boots only trigger off of the fly ability that comes with them. Does the Lifted Fly work too? It requires either the flight from the boots, the flight from the Helldusk armor, the flight from the flight spell, the flight from a flight scroll, the flight from a flight potion. You'll notice that those all have the same icon. A Lifted Flight does not work. So I have to remember to use one of these more limited versions of flight to activate that. Not any free flight, basically. Yeah. A lot of the class-specific flights also don't trigger it. We clam weaving. Alright. I don't think I can always glow here. I think this is infusion territory. What are my inputs here? Do I give him Bludgeon the Weak? I think I do. And if I give him Bludgeon the Weak, then I can't do it to Raphael. Unless I do that on another day. Which I guess I can do. Am I gonna long rest more than once in Act 3 in a run? That seems crazy. I could go for Brittle. Trying to one-shot? Yeah. Not much point going for Hex. It'll be turn 1, Bludgeon the Weak. Turn 2, Hexblade's Curse. There we go. That's my multiple long rests. I have just developed a distaste for long rests over time. There's no shame in long resting. It's not like it's bad policy to do it often. Like, I should do it more than I do. I don't like it. That's all. Go Scabby Pugilist Circlet. Okay, yeah, it's this. I should have Floric do protection from evil and good on me, but I ain't gonna.
Breathe quiet. Move with care.
You never long rest an Act 1 when you get the Force Lae'zel rest thing if you have her, and her dirge or the person you're meant to murder show up there. The Force Lae'zel thing won't happen if there's a higher priority thing. Fitting in Sonic Overload 2 would be nice, but I don't see that happening. I forgot to get my spell slot back. Alright, we're gonna have to take a couple turns here. That's fine. How do I want to go about that? That was supposed to buff me. Okay. I can imagine getting all the bosses, etc. gets annoying. It can be. Hireling buffing? Are you talking about me, Lumbercap? Am I hireling buffing? No. It's gonna get to hit me a few times here. 40. Stop rolling good. Find it very rude. Yeah, I was standing in the steam cloud. Go with those. I don't really need to be concentrating. This does give me time to get Psionic Overload going. I got my 4th level spell slot. Anything else I want to do on main action that would be impactful? Not really. I guess if I'm not concentrating, Giant's Rage would be okay here. But getting Elemental Infusion would be difficult. Not impossible, difficult. Still have that much time. So it'll be Psionic Overload now. Hexblade's Curse, or not Hexblade's Curse, Bludgeon the Weak next turn. Weapons are still coated for long enough. Music's so good, it is. I don't like that I'm shocked. Bludgeon the Weak. Should still ask me for Executioner. We did one-shot him.
once saw.
Shut up.
It's been
Pretty
a
good.
long day. I need to rest soon.
Cold was never gonna do enough. It's up there, I guess. Hello, GG, thank you. Also, hello. Recently completed the Cyberpunk DLC. Saves first. Canon ending to it was King of Wands. Reload the save, got King of Swords. Epilogue you do right after it gives you the tower. It's brutal. Yeah. Hey, Twisted Grin. What a mod that removes MP fucking comments? Real. I think there is a mod for that. For like the that won't work. Still think oh, sorry. I think maybe I'll use less than 3 Hill Giant elixirs in total this run. Still think they're S tier for the first couple days. Tried switching up my elixir slots as I progress. Really got me to appreciate the depth of the game much more. Yeah, they're really good for throwing people into chasms. As you said, those first couple days. Getting XP without doing combats. As soon as you start doing actual combats, you tend to go towards other things or have the stats to be able to do that anyway. Not only Ratbat was able to do that many damage interactions on Honor, so noob. Magic Club is like... It's like if you could dual wield Ratbats. Think of it that way. Also, Arrows of Slaying are able to do very similar things. Not with this number of instances, but Arrows of Slaying are ranged Ratbat. So, let's see. On the one-shot, we got 64, 68... Oh, I can't math right now. 73, 143. 148. 178. 185. 189. 259. 262, 64, 334, 339, 366, 374, 376, 456, 463, 543, 548, 575, 581, 650, 655, 730, right? I completely lost my train of thought. Where is that? 655 here? Yeah, around about 760 damage. I lost my place. 776, thank you.
Have to keep going.
So, 776 damage. That was with Cold Infusion not really factoring in. That was with me going, again, with Executioner instead of gearing to do Luck of the Far Realms and then having,
a different ring on. What else could I have done better? No hex, but it's unlikely that would have rolled high enough to do anything. Yeah, it's pretty good. And keep in mind that Answer has 4 damage reduction. I could have been horny too, yeah. Answer has 4 damage reduction. So every individual number here got reduced by 4. All of them. Every single one of them reduced by 4. So 36 instances of losing 4 damage. So add 144. Answer mitigated 144 of that. So that would have been a little over 900. A little bit scared on the first hit, no chance to die, no chance to die. The most that can do is 12d6. I had resistance. Well, I accidentally flew into a steam cloud and had neutrality, but no chance to die. Imagine if I did this after applying Flesh Rot to an enemy or Perilous Stakes on an ally before obliterating them. If I had done this run as Dark Urge, which I guess I should have, that would have opened up the option of me using the Slayer to apply Vuln to everything. And I could do that to Raphael, I could do that to Answer, I could do that to Cazador, because they're immune to Contagion, but they are not immune to the Slayer's version of Flesh Rot, giving Vuln to everything. So, technically, yeah, I should have played Dirge this run. Because then, instead of having 1,000 damage to Raphael be roughly the expected value if I go absolutely all in on everything that I could do to him, barring, like, gaping wounds, we could do maybe something around 1,500. But I didn't play Dirge.
I need a quick word.
What? Clear out then. I don't care much for your timing, but I like your gold well enough.
I actually don't need Undead Slaying. We'll take Fiend Slaying though. Fiend and Elemental.
Short fat.
There a list about what undead are immune to? If there is, I don't know of it.
Now you've just sampled some everything alchemical from potions to
Do I need more Invis? I have 22, I think I'm good.
do make sure you read
More Flight though. More Beholder Iris. Am I doing on Sharpness? Definitely need more of those. I don't need the Invis, but I'll buy it anyway. Everything alchemical from potions to poisons. Plays my head and try to sleep. Thylin Horst he's just the fanciest man in Baldur's Gate, and he knows it. His lines should be repeated. Alright, so we one-shot the big stupid dragon. What else can we do? Executioner's been used up, right? Yes. I could go horns here real quick. Might just to snipe the kill. Does Magic Club on reaction smite? That's funny. I get the twisting branches from the inventory of a wood for Magic Glove? Yes. Any spell slots? Anything spicy? Wizard's Mike is like 3 damage.
I see those animals are out of the selfish ponce who owns this place was. Oh. You're the.
If not over, then through.
There is so much wrong with that name.
They should arrest you all for gross negligence.
Alright, what else we got left? Honestly, deleting the big stupid dragon was a huge thing I wanted to do on this run. The only stuff I really care about that's left is Gortash and Wrath. But I do want to go through Steelwatch Iron Throne, and I don't want to phone that in, because I want to have Will Romance play out and stuff. We're here. Let's do Circus Fight, because we can. How many short rest potions do I have? Enough. Starting to run low on 4th level elixirs. I'll need to be a little more sparing. Starting to run low on crawler mucus too. I'll have to pay closer attention to that. switch to Ratbat because I like Ratbat. Rage. Let's do Elemental Cleaver.
Here comes the punchline.
I always knew I'd die at a circus.
Hit me. Thank you. Lived on 3. No, you didn't. We did Hellish Rebuke there, because that's a spell you can cast while raging, and that gave us Elemental Infusion. Bad for a non-crit. You can't free cast an Elixir slot Smite. It's, aim. But that's okay. I do want to be clear that Ratbat is weaker than Magic Clubs. It's just, I like the Ratbat. The pecking order for this melee damage instance stuff in Honor mode is very much Magic Clubs above all, and then Magic Club +1 Rhapsody or +1 Dollar and then the theoretical model of Ratbat plus Rhapsody, which you can technically do on a Wild Magic Barbarian, it's just never happening. And then there's Ratbat. And then there's every other weapon. Hit me. You're supposed to hit me. Supposed to hit me. One shot you anyway.
Another shapeshifter. I wonder if the real Dribbles has better jokes.
You also just caught me stealing a Parasite. I said no you didn't, somehow that worked. Love this game. Even respects the value of nah. Yeah, the reason it works that way all time lowly is because there's no evidence. Like, the Parasite doesn't exist anymore. You consume it. So if you're like, no, they can't find proof, so they're like, oh, okay. That works everywhere there's a Parasite that you can steal. A couple places in Act 3. Did I respect a level 7 druid get twisted branches? Sorry if I'm asking too much. No, nothing to be sorry about. Yeah, I had a companion take druid levels. Who did I have do it? I don't remember who I had do it. I could have respec myself, but in respec allowed runs, I just have a companion. I will do it. Right? Yeah. That psychic damage is so juicy. Psionic Overload plus Flying Strike plus Resonant Stone. So good. I guess I'm honest. What damage riders are applied to my Rat Bat right now? Ooh, yeah. I'm finally actually using it. Where you can see it. So, I didn't have Elemental Infusion active here, unfortunately, but the ones that applied to this hit multiple times, Flying Strike from the Boots of Psionic Movement, Psionic Overload as well. Those were both applying to both instances. Greater Flesh Gloves triggered off of both instances, and then that aforementioned Psionic Overload and Flying Strike applied to Crater's Wounds. Formless Slaughter from Orin's Clothes applied to the Bludgeoning, to the Piercing, and then to both instances of the Force. Vicious Shortbow applied to the Bludgeoning, the Piercing, and both instances of Force. Because it was a crit. He wasn't illuminated, so Callous Glow didn't happen, but that would have applied. Does Duelist Prerogative do similar damage to Rat Bat, assuming you use your reactions on Withering Cut? Think of Duelist Prerogative as the reactions are like if smites cost your reaction. That's not mechanically exactly how it works, but that gives you a good idea of like what the damage kind of works out to be. You can invest into Duelist Prerogative, and Withering Cut will get appropriate bonuses based on what kind of attack you did. So, for example, if you did Booming Blade and you had Spellmite Gloves on, Withering Cut will get the Spellmite bonus. So you can get its damage up really high. It'll get Dollar Amaris and stuff. So you could call it similar to Rat Bat, kind of. But the issue is you can only react with Withering Cut once per attack. So it ends up kind of falling short. But yes, it's very good. Be clear. This isn't me downplaying Duelist Prerogative. It's very good. What else can I do in this map right now? Zara wants to talk because Orin's dead.
I need a moment for the two of us.
And Sur, there'll be what hope? It is your. We are the warriors who'll slay the Absolute. We are the guardians who'll defend. Yes, I could even Grand Duke Will Ravengard, Marshal of the Flaming Fist.
Oh yeah, we're having this conversation because no Ravengard. So in this conversation, you can have Will decide, but he defaults towards Grand Duke if his dad's dead.
You're right. What good? There will be no. I am for as long as demons and devils.
A calm.
Blade of Murders.
It is not in a Githyanki's nature to say thank you. Our language doesn't even have a phrase for it. Kraith Khan Shan is the closest equivalent I know. May your enemies know agony. But after releasing me from Orin's grip, there is only one proper response. Thank you. Sincerely.
What place else the best? You're welcome.
Well, good then. Let's carry on.
These characters are so good, man. This guy's also here. But these characters are so good. Oh yeah, this was briefly in my inventory. Sorry, it was a lapse in judgment. I forgot I picked it up. We're good now. I didn't mean to litter. I'm gonna go do the cuck fight. Do some Spirit of Evening stuff there. That'd be fun. Go my sled-board. A dig on the Giant Slayer, the S tier weapon on every tier list. It's cool that tier lists are starting to include a tier for shit, and they call it S tier. That's really cool. I'm glad to hear that. Frozen and brittle, the only ways to make Hazard or vulnerable to bludgeoning consistently, I mean, so no brand of the week. Like Trey had mentioned, you have Carabossen's Gift, though keep in mind there's only 10 of those in the entire game, so I am very stingy in how I use those. If you're also stepping outside the bounds of consistency, you do have the Slayer's version of Flesh Rot. So if you have access to the Slayer form, you could just have the Slayer hit Cazador until he's vulnerable to everything. I guess Ballless Armor makes sense here, actually. Say the vendor's name 3 times in a row. Exficyap, Exficyap, Exficyap. You think my tongue's gonna mess up when it comes to big lady, Sanguine?
This place is trapped.
Just trains in front of the mirror every morning. I'm not really playing to the crit here, so...
That same ship was at Moonrise Towers, if I'm not mistaken. Looks like those two are about to fight.
Hostile. Are they okay? Yeah, I think they're okay. Cool. What happened? Oil of combustion happened. So here's the order of events. Got a surprise round with Ice Storm. Ice Storm's an action refresh, so I still had all my action points. I then went up to one of the guild side, hit with Booming Blade, reacted with Divine Smite, so it counted as a separate instance, so they went hostile. That was so that they would be valid targets for Black Hole. I pulled everyone together. This first one also had Oil of Combustion applied to him by that. Then I did Edge of Darkness from Shara's Spear of Evening, which is effectively a Hunter's Whirlwind attack that also creates a 3-turn Darkness Cloud on the impact. But because it's Hunter's Whirlwind attack, that means it's a weapon attack to everyone in the AoE. No target limitation, no damage penalty. So that meant that I hit everyone there. Some people died outright. But it also meant that everyone had Oil of Combustion applied to them, because that was on my spear. And I already had Oil of Combustion on the first one. From, you know, hitting the Booming Blade. So, when that one got hit, it blew up. Oil of Combustion's explosion is fire damage, so that then triggered the oil I put on everybody else. And between that and the Call the Weak that they were all taking, everybody died, except for Shiv Dahlia, who I finished with Booming Blade. I have a friend new to the game. She doesn't understand why I call Lae'zel Bazel. She thinks she's really mean. Some people don't understand the concept of character arcs, Baelorn. Like, their first impression of a character is how they view that character forever. And some people do understand it, but they make allowances for characters who have what is commonly known as pretty privilege. For example, Shadowheart. Shadowheart's conventionally extremely attractive. Shadowheart is lying to you, gaslighting you, plotting to murder multiple party members at the start of the game until she decides to chill a little bit. But people don't hold that against her, yet they hold Lae'zel being a little bit of a dick to you against Lae'zel. Meanwhile, Lae'zel is completely honest with you the entire game. She is very quick to apologize and say that she misjudged you, and that's even something she does independent of approval. It's as soon as you've killed, like, a major enemy, like Grim, for example, or the Owlbear, or Ethel. As soon as you've killed one of those, Lae'zel has that dialogue line where she's like, I misjudged you, my bad. But, you know, media literacy is fucking dead. Is Lae'zel also extremely attractive? I would say so, but that's why I used conventional as the word there. Some people see the Githyanki nose and they're like, not normal. So then they put her on a lower rung of the pecking order than characters like Shadowheart or Astarion, who, you know, if you pass them on the street, you'd be like, wow, damn. Whereas if you pass Lae'zel on the street, you'd probably be like, wow, damn, but you would also be given some pause. Pegging? Always. Okay. I'll be back in a couple minutes. Probably do like one more fight before we're done for the day. BRB. I'm back. Hello. These folks that really miss out on that froggussy. Yep. Oh, stomach, calm down. I guess my stomach also wants that froggussy. I'm gonna get food soon. I read on Reddit that Lae'zel is an arrogant space Nazi. I mean, maybe that's what the Githyanki, especially under Vlaakith, are, but Lae'zel's entire character arc is her discovering that actually all this stuff that constitutes Githyanki culture, that isn't me. That's my upbringing. What is me? Someone say Froggussy? Of course, Sindraco. I'd say there's enough handsome Gith in the game, like Wargaz has that rugged, manly appearance. Love to see my own Gith tab wearing that face. Somehow character customization is only the ugliest options available. I would have liked a little more variety in the face presets, Sylvanas. I'm with you there. I don't think they're ugly, but more variety is always good. More options. And yeah, I would agree that, like, Wargaz has conventionally attractive features. It's just, to explain the perspective of people who just kind of hate on Lae'zel, and why they don't give her a chance to go through that character arc, but they will allow that for Shadowheart, Astarion, you know, characters who are actively dishonest and manipulative towards you, is because Gith features. Even though she's still attractive. Even though Gith features don't make her any less attractive, if you ask me. Just explaining weird people, you know? Lae'zel fine as hell. She is. Lae'zel kind of skinny. Eat frog legs with more meat. Githyanki, at least as far as in this game, they don't have much body type diversity. Well, they have no body type diversity, you know, to be perfectly clear. But like, they have no ass. That's what I'm beating around the bush of. They don't have ass. Then like, that's a shame. My grandson will be marrying some astral plane frog hopper. Okay. And Draco clearly watching state-run television here in Baldur's Gate. Hear me out, the guy with the acid boots and the egg. I can see it. Like how Gift War has more than my artifact, know what I'm saying? I am picking up what you're putting down. Yeah. My friend irrationally hates Lae'zel and insists on killing her every run, still don't understand why. People are real weird about that, Tamir. It's fascinating. I've noticed that the people on the receiving end of that are primarily Lae'zel and Will. And Lae'zel and Will are both conventionally attractive with singular features that set them apart from the rest of the cast. And, you know, whether you like the characters or not, you could find Will to be the most boring dude alive, and that's fine. He's objectively a boring guy. That's not an issue for me. But you can find him boring. The category of person I'm referring to here is like this person Tamir is talking about, where they go out of their way to like make sure they slaughter this character for no reason, and then they go and tell everyone on the internet about it every chance they can get. Like this weird fixation. If you don't like a character, you don't like a character, and you probably just don't engage with them very much. That's like normal behavior. You might not recruit them if they're an optional companion in a game, you know? If you do want to recruit them for some sort of benefit, maybe you just don't talk to them throughout the game. But there's some people who get really weird about particularly Lae'zel and Will. I've seen some people get weird about Karlach too, but definitely fewer than those two.
Let's rehearse this one more time. They throw us in jail.
What is it this time?
Like, why obsess over them like that? I mean, there's a complicated and lengthy answer, but it rhymes with placism.
No, dear. I don't know. All we can do is be patient.
I almost believed you this time.
Lae'zel unfortunately died at Gith Patrol in my current run. That's Skishu for sure. You should still be able to revive her if her body's still there. People also like killing the gay vampire. Yeah, they like killing the very flamboyant vampire who is generally beloved and well received, and whose actor is generally beloved and well received, especially by people in the queer community. They like going out of their way to make sure that they mention that they killed this character. Yeah. Yeah. You know, pretty straightforward. Some things are complicated, some things aren't.
All we can do is be patient.
Calling Starian's gay is pan erasure. Yeah. All the companions are pan in this game. I think the intent behind referring to him in this context as the gay vampire is Astarion as a character tends to be associated with certain stereotypes that make it more difficult for these knuckle-dragging, hatred-chugging weirdos to apply certain labels to certain people. As mostly being facetious. No, I know. You're good. Pat can be a bit fruity. He's very gay coded. Yeah. Would you read characters like Lae'zel or Astarion don't have a redemption arc because they don't actively seek redemption or deeply regret their past actions? I would say that Lae'zel doesn't have a redemption arc. That wouldn't be the right word. You can get shades of it. Like, for example, if you play her storyline out in a way where she kills Voss, but then later renounces Vlaakith, then you can ask her about, you know, the Voss thing, and she'll say she feels guilty, but there's no excuse, and she's gonna do her best to just honor what Voss would want, and that's the liberation of Orpheus and the Githyanki as a whole. So, like, you have that. With Astarion, I would say that there is a redemption arc, again, if you play it that way. Because if you take him to talk to Alma in Rivington, she will straight up tell him that you've led an evil life, and this does not make up for that. But it's a start. And then Astarion's, a lot of his dialogue in Cazador's dungeon can be, these people shouldn't have to suffer just because of what I did to them. They deserve better. The whole thing of he could be more than what Cazador made him. He doesn't have to be a copy of the man who ruined him. Like, there's a lot of positive language in terms of, like, Astarion is capable of that growth and he wants it. Again, his default choice, if you send him in there by himself, is to tell Cazador he can be more than what he made him, kill him, reads everybody, makes peace with the Gur, and then leaves. That's what Astarion does if you send him in by himself. No input from you. But, like, I think he does want that redemption. For those folks, if you're not a macho-looking man, you're automatically gay and a sissy, gender nuance be damned. Yeah, like, people... Stupid people who are determined to put people in boxes are very simple. They're very simple. think Gith culture doesn't really have regret as a core feeling. Yeah. And again, a lot of Lae'zel's character is like her discovering her individuality and her identity both in and outside of Githyanki culture. Because she's never been outside of Gith culture. Like, you have to explain to her what a tiefling is and how to pronounce the name of the plane that she's on. Not the plane as in the airplane, the plane as in, like, plane of existence. She's like the OG fish out of water. Most people where I live applying moisturizer to your face twice a day is considered borderline gay. And that's so stupid. Like, one, what's wrong with that? Two, why do you care? Three, why are you so quick to put labels on things like that? Like, fellas, is it gay to want your skin to look good? Or to want to just feel clean or well put together? Some people would say yes. And it's like, we can discard every opinion of someone who feels that way, right? We can collectively just agree to throw the whole person in the trash. Like, it's stupid. Too preoccupied with making judgments on what other people do and how they choose to live their lives. How they are in any capacity. Too focused on that to, like, do basic shit. Gay to wash your asshole? Some dudes say yes. That's how much, like, the manosphere pipeline has rotted some people's brains. Like, there are legitimately men walking around saying that they don't wipe too carefully because touching your ass is sus. It's like...
Welcome to the Blushing Mermaid.
really hard to pee without touching a penis, I find. Yeah, like, sometimes I go to pee and then, oops, you know, the dude in the next stall dicks in my mouth, and, you know, these things happen, kiddo. These things happen. That's just guy bathroom stuff, though, true.
What did...
Somehow when nobody thinks Patrick Bateman is gay, rather a masculine Sigma icon of sorts, yet his routine is nuts. So, like, yeah, there's no literacy to it. Patrick Bateman is very clearly repressing some shit that he needs to think about. Like, that's a huge part of the character. But, like, these fucking weirdo, brain-rotted, manosphere-consuming incels think that he's something to aspire to. And it's like, no, this is a deeply repressed man who does not fit into any area of society, has done zero introspection, and is a ticking time bomb and a cautionary tale of this is what being maladjusted can look like if you don't do some shit about it. Like... Yeah, he's clearly in love with the man himself, but also he's got some shit that he needs to work through. And he's clearly projecting. Polished armor's fine here. The men who have these views about masculinity are mostly looking for the approval of other men. They are. One of the positions that they will inevitably go to is they'll say things like spending time with your wife, they'll say this to, you know, straight dudes or dudes in relationships with women, they will say that that's gay. It's like, but that's huh? But it's because to them it's this they're doing this thing where they're trying to increase their value in the view of people that they want to be like, and they are doing that behind the curtain of like hijacking this underlying cultural thing where there are people who are bigots. So they're using the permission structure of, hey, this kind of bigotry is socially acceptable, at least to a degree. They're using that to be like, okay, this makes me more valuable to these people. So it's not even about, like, a lot of people who do this shit aren't even in on the hate train. They just, they're just alone. Is banging your wife gay? Some would say yes. I'm pretty sure, in fact, one of those figures, the most prominent one, you know who I'm talking about, has explicitly said that if you have sex for any reason other than procreation, that it's gay. It's like, you okay, man? My favorite is how they recently focused so hard on the male cheerleader. It's like, if you guys can ignore a group of women, fun. Yeah, like, you're focused on that? You want to think about that a little? And how many kids is that? I remember the book writer saying he was horrified while talking to Bale during the interview. Bale impersonated Bateman to perfection, literally him. Yeah, Christian Bale's a fantastic character actor. And fantastic to the point where people took the wrong takeaway from the character. So, masterful portrayal on his part, but, like, the character's a little too effective, huh? Also, male cheerleaders have been around for centuries. Yeah, but you don't expect these people to A, be historically or conventionally literate, or B, you know, care about hypocrisy. They don't care about that, Pros Peony. Hey, Jutah. GG on answer? Thank you. So with that logic of having Sesbian Lex, I'm straight. I'm sorry you had to find out this way, Machine. You're gonna have to caucus with the straights. I don't make the rules. They hate women because they're afraid of them, or because they don't understand why women don't want them, so they want to go back to the time where women were men's property. But then, I mean, you're absolutely right. But then there's also the part they haven't thought through, or are willfully putting in a corner where they don't have to acknowledge it, that even if they got this world that they think that they want, like, let's play this out to its logical conclusion. Do they think that they are in the in-group? I think on some level they know that they're not. So it's all an exercise in self-delusion. Breathing air straight up sucking that shit down raw. Oh. They're not in the in-group, they want everyone's life to be worse for it. Yeah, just to crash out. Sorry, let me check Exile. Just look at your message history real quick. Another question, is boss AI broken? Killed other kids, Joaquin's arrest, knocked out boss and Kadena's perma hostile. So Voss can still show up in Lae'zel's, you know, Mountain Pass Force Rest thing. You can still have him show up there. But if you have him in a perma-hostile state, he will still be perma-hostile to you. If he lives to Act 3, he'll be either perma-hostile inside of Sharess's Caress, or he will go hostile as soon as you talk to him in the upper city. Not the lower city, the upper city. So like after you free Orpheus.
Time to press ahead. I want to have a word.
Complicates things. I want Bazel to have best outcome. You could still have that. It's just you, I'm pretty confident you're locked out of having Voss as an ally. You can still have her have the good outcome. It's just, you can't really talk to Voss or anything. And you'll likely have to kill him eventually. But you should still be able to get Lae'zel to, you know, go with Orpheus and... or go in Orpheus' stead, depending on your approach. My HVAC filter is fine enough to filter all the dick and ball particles in the air so I don't breathe gay air. I'm sorry, I saw gay air and I was like, is this an airline? Can I buy tickets? Like, the branding's probably fantastic. Would you like to upgrade to first class gay air? Yeah. That sounds good, actually. Clip of some cropped adult entertainment that's relevant to the conversation? Maybe not.
Interviews, politics, gossip. All of it gets in that bloody Baldur's mouth rag. Except what the people actually want in a broadsheet. Puzzles.
How do I get these red caps to show up? Never did that in my playthroughs. I always talk to the pirate captain lady, eventually find the hags there and kill her there. Well, the pirate captain lady is Ethel there. So I threw the Hagsbane at Ethel to reveal her, and then the red caps revealed themselves to be red caps. You probably just didn't notice the red caps in the room, but they were there. Tell me how I'm supposed to breathe with gay air.
What can I do for you?
Dollars are a dime a dozen. Nice, Irish. That was good.
Of course. Wouldn't be alive to hold them if it weren't for you.
Had to permit that one. I need some hastening spores. Do I want to talk to Araj yet? Autobot's enjoying this convo, yeah. Which angry we are using the straight dictionary. Okay, we'll start our own dictionary. Premium travel experience. With blackjack and hookers? Yeah.
Something caught your eye then? Careful.
Come here.
My wares can take an
Danny, are
eye
you good?
right out.
Dick Chin Harry? Okay. Now we're cooking. Now we're getting somewhere.
All of my wares.
Still no? Oh, I see. What was the drag name we were talking about? Autobot is really struggling. It just didn't like... The part it didn't like of Gigi's message was just, you're gay. Yep. Not like you are, it's like you're, like, as in ownership. All this talk as we're talking how much hate Lae'zel gets. It's a rabbit hole. My gay? Our gay. Uh-huh. Who owns the gay? I feel like it's a collective ownership thing, right? I'm married, but I'd be your gay. Smooth. Smooth, Professor Cuddles. Yeah, Danny's working overtime allowing messages here. GG. I did have to allow that one. We have long since confirmed that Automod has fallen down certain rabbit holes. It's progressed down certain pipelines. But, yeah.
Sorry.
Favorite thing about the rat bat, it's called the rat bat. Rats are awesome. Rat bath? Oh.
There's enough offerings in here for a trip to the
Head control. Is your gay the Orthon in Char's temple? Oh, I need another mod now. There's so many mods I need commissioned. Intrusive thoughts run. This would go over well, right?
Pour fury upon the beast responsible for this injustice. Leave its master, a bloated carcass in the spume.
Do it. Be a horrible idea. I want to do the quest. I I want the drip.
To the deep wilds. Know that we too shall gladly
Another one.
follow when our time has come.
Be all in and do it. Are horrible ideas the funniest ones? But I want the drip. Do the quest then kill them? Intrusive thoughts and asshole runs simultaneously. Maybe.
Not as you, supplicant.
Roar.
Yes. Rage and rebel against the beast and its master.
Nicholas and friends gave a summary of the current conversation. One of them responded, there's actually an objective way to measure how attractive someone is based on whether or not they can turn me based on the floor. You know, I can see it.
Yes.
Meaning to ask what's with the rat bat? Why do you hear say rat bat so good? Is it a meme or for real? No, it's for real. I'll show you in a moment.
Please find the master. So
Definitely the kissing mod for an intrusive thoughts run. You're asking me to kiss these NPCs before marriage?
I don't need any attention right now.
this medicatrix.
So, the reason why the rat bat is good is damage instances. I just did a 4th level Divine Smite, hardcast off the bar against Connor, who is an undead. So let's go through all of my instances. When you do Divine Smite in that way, the big radiant number is its own instance. But then, the extra radiant that you get for using Smite specifically on a Fiend or Undead is also its own instance. So that's 2 bonus instances I've granted myself by using Divine Smite. You see the bludgeoning damage of Ratbat, you see the lightning damage, that's from Draythroat Glaive on the Ratbat, but then you see this piercing damage too. Ratbat has an additional instance of damage, and it is 1d6 piercing damage. Now, because it is not just bonus damage, it's its own instance, it gets damage riders on its own. So, if I Swan Connor again here, and we're going to do regular attacks, I just wanted to show the Smite, you know, for instances. If I do this, Hexblade's Curse. Okay. Hexblade's Curse applied to the bludgeoning. But Hexblade's Curse also applied to the piercing. That's not how Hexblade's Curse works for the lightning damage here, because that's just a bonus, rather than itself being an instance, but because Ratbat piercing is its own instance, it got Hexblade's Curse independently. So the reason why the Ratbat is good is it's because it's like hitting someone with a great club and a short sword at the same time. And very few other weapons work that way. It's like 2 weapons at once? Yeah. Over in ranged categories, it's like Arrows of Slaying. You know how these are mechanically as if you hit someone with 2 regular attacks at once? It's like that. Except Arrows of Slaying will get more stuff on the second instance because it is like 2 fully independent attacks rather than 2 hits off of 1 attack. Was I the one who discovered the level 4 smiting non-reactively behavior? No, Mick was the one that brought that to my attention. I don't know if it's known beyond that, but Mick made me aware. Best way to die is to get your skull crushed between thunder thighs of 6'5" muscle mommy. In mommy's name we pray, a woman. Yeah, yeah. Not sure if it's accurate because I don't trust the ex-BFF. Supposedly she and her fiance, now husband, had to get married quickly because the church where I live found out that they had relations before marriage. She had gotten removed being a Sunday school helper. Like, they had marriage counseling and everything except the big old ceremony. That's... Some people live in some very regressive places. That's, yet another manifestation of, why the fuck do you care what other people are doing in their lives? It's not hurting you. Leave people alone. Ugh. Did Orin already die? Yeah. Orin's dead, Cazador's dead, Answer is dead, Viconia is dead. Those are the bosses we've killed so far. I was gonna end stream like an hour ago, but we ended up having a bunch of good convos back to back. Alright, so here's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking this run has one more session in it. That would be any remaining bosses that I want to meme on. So we do Steelwatch Iron Throne to set up, you know, good ending for characters and such. We do Raphael, because he's another fiend we can do Big Smite on. Maybe Mysticarian, because he's undead. Maybe Saravok, because he's one of the rare humanoids that actually has a relevant HP pool. So it's fun to showcase one-shotting him. And then everyone else in the Tribunal's undead, so we can do smite shit to them. And beat the game, provided I have enough energy. That'll be next session. But yeah, I'm gonna call it a bit of an early day today. I know, only 6 hours. I want to remain locked in and not throw the run. See who's live. See where we can go. I was talking about no-hit stuff, no-hit run stuff earlier, and Haley's on. She's doing her no-hit Giant Barbarian run. Fun stream today. Thanks for walking through everything you did. It's always my pleasure to do it, Seedsy. Thank you for being here. Really happy to have you around. Not to single you out specifically, but you've been an awesome addition to the community. So I appreciate you spending some of your time here. And of course that goes for everyone else. Watch the Parasocial last morning. Yeah, we're gonna raid Kaylee. You know what else? Everyone else leave? Yeah, everyone else feel excluded. I had something else. Whoosh, gone. I have no object permanence when it comes to thoughts. Everyone be gay, do crime, hell yeah. Yeah, y'all are great. If you got my emotes, feel free to jiggle. Bye.
It's way faster.